Testing. Channel 2 is what? Portuguese? Or French? French testing. Hello, interpreters, can you hear us? Okay. Yes. Portuguese testing, can you hear us? Portuguese, hello. Okay. Good. Yes. Thank you.
Honorable members, now I call the meeting to order.
French, can you hear? 3 or 2? It's 2. He can hear, it's 2. French is 2. It's fine now? Can you maybe just say something on the French channel? Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, our technical team. Now I call the meeting to order. Good morning, honorable members, Parliament, our resource persons, distinguished guests. My name is Honorable Statutory, a member of Parliament from the Kingdom of Eswatini. I have the honor of chairing this meeting. As you may be aware, our esteemed chairperson has recently been elected as the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly of the Republic of Namibia. We extend our congratulations to him in absentia. In light of this important development, and due to the unavailability of our Vice President, I will be presiding over today's proceedings on their behalf. May I now call upon the Committee Secretary, Ms. Rachel Mutilo, to make some housekeeping announcement. I can't. Okay. Good morning. Can you hear me now? Interpreters?
Hello, French, can you hear? It is this one that I need to mute. Interpreter French, can you exit the meeting and rejoin? Can't hear anything. Hello? Interpreter French, can you hear? Hello? Excuse me? Hello, interpreter French? Nothing. No, saying anything. Hello? Mm-mm. Hello?
Okay.
Are they back on? Can you say something, interpreter French? Okay, they are okay. Okay. Yes, now we can hear you, but you were breaking up a little bit. Yes, but you are breaking up. Let's see if we can keep it stable. Yes, we can hear you. Maybe just say something in French. Okay, members can hear you now. Okay, we will try this again.
Okay. Once again, thank you. May I call the meeting to order? Good morning, honorable members of Parliament, our resource person, and distinguished guest. My name is Honorable Statutory, a member of Parliament from the Kingdom of Eswatini. I have the honor of chairing this meeting. As you may be aware, our esteemed chairperson has recently been elected as the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly of the Republic of Namibia. We extend our congratulations to him in absentia. In light of this important development and due to the unavailability of our Vice Chairperson, I'll be presiding over today's proceedings on their behalf. May I now call upon the Committee Secretary, Ms. Rachel Mutilo, to make some housekeeping announcement, please.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Good morning, honorable members, distinguished guests. My name is Rachel Mundilo, and I am the Committee Secretary and Program Manager for the Food, Agriculture, Natural Resources and Climate Action Committee. I have a few housekeeping announcements. This meeting is open to the public and will be streamed live on our social media platforms. The proceedings will also be recorded for archival purposes. After much technical delays, simultaneous interpretation is now available in English, French, and Portuguese. And we apologize again for the delays. All the meeting documents have been made available in all official forum languages, and a link has been shared to all members. And if anyone has trouble accessing the link or any of the documents, kindly gesture to Mr. Unaro, who's seated at the back there. He's from the SADC Parliamentary Forum support staff, and he will be able to assist you if you experience any challenges. I think everybody is staying at the hotel, so Wi-Fi is available, and as you know, there's no password. And the ablution facilities are out the door on your right-hand side. Thank you, Honorable Chair. I yield the mic.
Thank you, Rachel. Before I hand over to the Committee Secretary to present the credentials of delegates, I wish to give the honorable members and other participants present in the room the opportunity to introduce themselves.
A very good morning, Honorable Chairperson and esteemed members of the FANR Standing Committee. I'm Dr. Jabulile Malaza from Parliament of Eswatini. I stand in here as Director Research, as well as SADC Desk PF, Desk Office. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I yield the mic.
Thank you. 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 Thank you.
Good morning, honorable members and distinguished guests. My name is Makatleho Ladies Motswasile from the Parliament of Lesotho. Thank you.
Sorry, honorable members, before the next introduction, the interpreters have just asked that we speak up a little bit because they are struggling to hear. Maybe keep the mic as close to your mouth as possible and maybe just try to speak up. Thank you.
Bonjour à tous et à toutes. Moi, c'est Dr Radjo Bel Nalouvairzo, député de Madagascar, président de la Commission santé publique et du planning familial à Madagascar, membre de Commission permanente alimentation, agriculture, ressources naturelles et action climatique à la SADC. Merci.
Bonjour, chers membres. Je me nomme Faustin Kaziteriko Kenda. Je suis député national en République démocratique du Congo et membre de cette commission. Merci.
Good morning. My name is Swanen Taban. I'm a judge of the High Court and a resource person for the next session. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Hawa Mwaifunga, Member of Parliament from Tanzania.
Good morning. My name is Karabakari, Member of Parliament from Botswana.
Good morning, colleagues and honorable members. I am Ndombo Vuyo Veronica Mentenkona, a member of SADC from the Parliament of South Africa. Thank you.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Victor Mohango. I work for an organization called the Center for Human Rights Education, Advice and Assistance from Malawi. I'm here as a resource person. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members, for introducing yourselves. And now, may I welcome all the new members of the committee. You are welcome, honorable members. I now invite the committee secretary, Ms. Rachel, to present the credentials of delegates and confirm the quorum of the meeting.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I wish to confirm the credentials as follows. Honorable Domingos Musokolo from Angola is joining us virtually. We have not given him the opportunity to introduce himself, but perhaps he can do so a little bit later. We have Honorable Karabo Gari from Botswana. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Then Honorable Foskenda Kaziteriko from DRC. Honorable Sicelo Jele from Eswatini. Honorable Makatleho Motswasele from Lesotho. Honorable, sorry for butchering the name, Rajoa Belina Lova Herizo from Madagascar.
Alô? Alô? Eu sou Diamantino Domingos Mussocola, deputado da Assembleia Nacional da República de Angola, mas estou sem o som. Estou sem o som. Ok, ok, ótimo. Muito obrigado.
French, hello? Yes, we can hear you. Portuguese, hello? Hello?
Alô? Estou à escuta. Português, estou à escuta.
Not Honorable Musokolo, the interpreter.
Ah,
Hello? Interpretation? Testing Portuguese. Testing French again. Yes, French is fine. Okay, Portuguese now. Testing Portuguese. Portuguese, hello? Can you hear us? Oh, he's on the English channel. Okay. Okay, so do we wait for him to change? Or... Excuse me? Okay, can you hear us? Portuguese, hello? Okay, Portuguese is back. Okay, I think we can.
Thank you, honorable members. Shall we proceed? May I ask Rachel to continue with the credentials? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I was confirming that we have 8 out of the 12 members that are duly constituted present, and I can therefore confirm that a quorum is present for the meeting. I so submit.
Thank you, Chair. Now I invite the Secretary to take us through the agenda for its adoption.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The agenda, I will proceed to take you through the agenda, which is projected in English on the screen in front of you. I will not go through item by item as this has been shared. Substantive portion of our meeting, which is the part on the need for a SADC model law on prison oversight, will take us through. Through lunch. After lunch, we will have a discussion, or rather video showing on prison oversight in Malawi and sharing of online questionnaire on conducting a prison visit, which is the session 3 which will also be followed by a discussion by committee members sharing their perspectives from their own countries. This will then be followed by some closing remarks by Justice Ntaba, and then our chairperson will then close the session, which was tentatively set for 4 p.m., but looking at the time, it might be a little longer than expected. I so submit.
Thank you, Secretary.
Moves for the adoption of the agenda, Chair.
Thank you. Seconder?
The French is out again. Just give us a second. French interpretation, can you hear us? Portuguese, can you hear us? Hello? Bom dia, bonjour.
Eu estou a ouvi-la em português, estou a ouvi-la, muito bem. Muito obrigado.
French, can you hear? No? Portuguese? Hello? Okay, Portuguese is on. French?
Who seconds the motion? I had a hand from Madagascar.
Lesotho seconds the motion. Thank you.
Oui, Madagascar aussi adopte la motion.
I'm seeing a hand.
Angola também apoia.
RDC.
Angola também apoia.
A motion has been moved
Yes.
by South Africa, and it has been seconded by Lesotho. The agenda is accordingly adopted. I will now move to delivering my welcome remarks. Honorable members, resource person, distinguished guests, colleagues, and partners. Let's go on again.
Portuguese, you're on the English channel. And French, there's nothing. Hello, French? Oh. Can you hear us? French, hello? Yes, we can hear you. Portuguese, are you there? Okay, we proceed.
It is my honor to welcome you all to this important sitting of the Standing Committee on Food, Agriculture, Natural Resource, and Climate Action. Your participation in today's session is a reflection of the value that you and your respective national parliaments place on the work of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, reaffirming our collective resolve to address the most challenging and often overlooked issues in our region. Allow me once again to extend warm congratulations to the chairperson of this committee, Honorable Philippus Catamelo, on his recent election as Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly of the Republic of Namibia. I have the privilege of standing in for him during today's proceeding. At the outset, allow me to acknowledge the leadership of the SADC Parliamentary Forum in championing model laws as tools of regional integration and good governance. Over the years, SADC has distinguished itself by formulating model legislative, harmonize our democratic laws with regional and international standards. For example, the forum's landmark model law on eradicating child marriage, the first of its kind in Africa, has guided member states in aligning their national laws to protect our children. These model laws serve as benchmarking reference that inspire progress reforms across SADC, and they serve as a tool to guide harmonized domestic legislation with regional and international legal framework. Today, we carry that legacy forward by turning our attention to prison oversight, an area integral to human rights and justice, yet one that has long escaped sufficient scrutiny.
French, can you hear us? Hello, French? French, hello? Not saying anything. Can you hear us? Yeah. Doesn't look like it's sorting. Yeah.
Honorable members, may I call that we have a health break, then we shall proceed. 30 minutes break. Thank you.
French, hello? Can you hear me? Okay, testing French. Hello? Yes, hear you. Okay, testing Portuguese. Hello? Okay. All right, perfect. We are good to go then.
Welcome, honorable members. Shall we continue? We are convened today to deliberate on the development of a SADC model law on prison oversight, a vital legislative initiative that interacts with our committee's mandate in more ways than many appears on face value. Our committee is tasked with overseeing some of the most pressing and interlinked areas of development: food security, natural resources management, agriculture, water, climate action, and environmental resilience. While the theme of prison oversight may seem more aligned with justice and governance at a first glance, I submit to you that this is deeply relevant to our domain. Across the SADC region, over 398,000 individuals are currently incarcerated. This figure is not just a statistic. It presents thousands of lives dependent on state institutes for their daily survival. Over an average of 37% of the SADC prison population are awaiting trials, with some countries like the DRC, Namibia, and Tanzania reporting pre-trial detention rate above 50%. Such figures accelerate resource pressures and strain already fragile prison ecosystem. Prisoners depend entirely on the state for their access to food, clean water, and safe environment. Yet many prison systems in our regions are battling with overcrowding, inadequate infrastructure, food insecurity, and climate vulnerability. Honorable members, the task before us is to strengthen our role as parliamentarian in overseeing the correctional system. Many SADC parliament already have mechanisms such as the correctional or the portfolio committees on justice or human rights that conduct prison visits and reports on conditions. Some have debated motions and questions in the House about prisoner treatment. These are commendable efforts, and the model law can booster them by providing a formalized structure and mandate. We will hear from our eminent resource person today on the realities, and plus our prison. These realities are not abstract. They touch on the realities of hundreds of thousands of our citizens, and the decision we take, our fail to take, have lasting consequences. The climate crisis and food insecurity do not stop at the prison gate, and neither should our commitment to justice, resilience, and sustainability. Thank you, honorable members. Now, ask the committee secretary to take us through the minutes. We shall consider the minutes item by item, accommodate any differences in pages across the languages. Committee secretary.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I will take us through the minutes of our last meeting, which was the public hearing session, which was conducted virtually by the Standing Committee on Friday, the 18th of October, 2024, under the theme Leveraging the Role of the SADC Parliamentary Forum in Facilitating Citizen Participation in SADC Regional Integration for Enhanced Accountability and Inclusive Socioeconomic Development and Cohesion. I will take us through the English version. So the honorable members, please use the translated version to follow. I will not go through the formalities of who was present and the apologies, as well as the SADC Secretariat present. In terms of the agenda, it is reflected there on the screen, where yes, the substantive aspects of that session was namely from item 6, which was the briefing on the establishment of the Parliamentary Alliance on Agri-Food Systems, Food and Nutrition Security for the SADC region. And then this was followed by the public hearing session, where we had a number of interventions from members of the public and various organizations who delivered presentations to the committee and called for specific actions to be taken by the committee members. After that, there was a briefing on citizens' submissions to the committee and the procedure for the public hearing session. And then eventually the members deliberated on the submissions made by members or made by the interveners on issues raised and recommendations to the 56th Plenary Assembly. And the meeting then received closing remarks by the chairperson. In terms of the substantive issues discussed, everything. I will just go to the substantive aspects discussed once again. Particularly, these start from item 6, as I've indicated, which was the briefing on the establishment of the Parliamentary Alliance. The meeting received presentations from Ms. Nargis Bozorova from the Food and Agriculture Organization on the importance of establishing an alliance on food security for the SADC region. We also received a presentation by Mr. David Kabanda, who was a consultant who developed the Pan-African Parliament's model law on food and nutrition security, and highlighted some of the key points within that model law, highlighting areas of intervention and gaps that SADC parliamentarians can either emulate at the regional level or incorporate in their national legislation. The commencement of the public hearing session was at 11 o'clock. Welcome remarks were given by the chairperson of the committee, and there were various submissions made by the Commonwealth National Climate Finance Advisor, who spoke about, the key or core priorities at COP29 around climate finance, as well as the establishment of a new collective quantified goal. And then those were just some of the recommendations made. The minutes have been shared with the honorable members. I'm just providing an update, particularly for the new members who are not part of that meeting, just to give an overview of the key issues that are relevant for our committee and also some of the core discussions during that session. The next submission was by Mr. David Malungisia, who is a natural resource and climate change senior advisor at SAR Watch, which is one of the partners of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. And he also spoke around COP29 priorities for Africa, particularly around climate finance, the loss and damage fund, the new collective quantified goal, as well as the submission of the nationally determined contributions 3.0, which all countries are expected to submit during 2025. The next presentation was from SACRI, which is the SADC Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency, also talking about barriers to renewable energy adoption, what are some of the issues within the SADC region, energy security versus the energy transition, and looking at how the SADC region can really pivot and benefit from the critical mineral resources which are abundant within our region. We also then received submissions from Amnesty International on enhancing disaster resilience, as well as from Action Aid on supporting vulnerable regions with climate finance. And then also, we received submissions from PMNCH on the intersection of climate change and SRHR, considering the SRHR project that the SADC Parliamentary Forum is currently running, which is supported by the government of Sweden. And in addition, also just as a highlight, PMNCH together with the SADC Parliamentary Forum at COP29 hosted a side event looking at the intersection of climate change as well as sexual and reproductive health rights. The next presentations were from Gender CC on agroecology and climate adaptation, also just calling into action how we can really leverage agroecology to ensure a resilient food systems within our region. Then we also received presentations from 350.org around the role of development finance institutions in climate finance and what role they can play in ensuring that climate finance, flows to countries within the SADC region. We then also received submissions from Ms. Sarah Ahmed from the V20, VFN V20 on the needs of vulnerable countries. Looking at the catastrophe deferred drawdown options for countries that are vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. And then lastly, we received submissions from John Oldfield at the Accelerate Global on Sustainable Water Management, talking about water security, clean water, and access to water within the SADC region. So in a nutshell, those were the key discussion points during that meeting. And then that was followed by deliberations on all of these issues. We also received some interventions from members of the public, and the meeting was officially adjourned at around 4:30 on that day. I so submit.
Thank you, Rachel. Now I can call for corrections of any, if any, in the meeting. Honorable members. No corrections.
Nós estamos a acompanhar com muita dificuldade, sobretudo em português. As palavras estão a vir em soluço e há partes que nós estamos a acompanhar, nós estamos a apanhar bem. Mas quanto à ata, como temos por escrito, não temos nada a acrescer. Muito obrigado.
Sorry, can you please repeat that interpretation?
Dizia eu que, primeiro sou Diamantino Mussocola, da Angola. Estamos a escutar a tradução com algumas dificuldades, está a vir em soluço. Em relação à ata, como temos por escrito, lemos e não temos nada a acrescer. Estamos solidários com a ata. Não sei se me fiz entender.
All right, no, thank you very much for that. Apologies for the technical difficulties. We are experiencing the same in the room. It is unfortunate, but just to say that the minutes have been circulated prior to the meeting. So I was just giving more of an overview around the various discussions without going into too much detail, just so that we are able to save on time. So I just gave an overview or highlight on each discussion item. But hopefully, Honorable Musokola, you were able to follow the Portuguese version of the minutes.
Thank you. Who moved for the adoption of the motion, of the minutes? Just two questions. My apologies. Any member? Madagascar, you have
Oui.
the floor.
Oui, d'après tout ce que j'ai attendu, je vois que c'est bien stipulé. Donc, j'adopte le procès verbal.
We did not hear that. Don't know if he moved to adopt the minutes. Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Member. We note that. I can see Lesotho, you have the floor. Are
Thank
moving?
you, Honorable Chair. In that case, I was present and I wish to second the motion. The minutes is to reflection of what we had. Thank you.
D'accord.
Okay, Honorable Lesotho, can you?
Okay, sorry for that inconvenience. I was up to second the motion to adopt the minutes. Thank you very much.
You are supposed to be a mover. You move, and I will ask for the second honorable member because Madagascar was not present in the previous meeting. So can you move?
Okay, sorry again. I thought the first speaker was the mover and Madagascar was the second, but then again I was there and I raised to move that the minutes be adopted. Thank you. So I submit.
Thank you, honorable member. Any seconder? Angola, can you second the motion? Since you were the only one present in that meeting.
Nós sim, apoiamos a adoção da ata. Apoiamos. Não sei se apanha. Angola apoia a adoção da ata.
Thank you, honorable member from Angola. The minutes have been seconded. The minutes are now duly adopted. Honorable members, we shall now deal with any matter arising from the minutes of the previous meeting. I will ask the committee secretary to provide update on the previous resolution by the committee and the plenary assembly and action taken.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I will now take you through the decisions and actions matrix, providing details on actions taken on the recommendations of the previous meeting and the plenary assembly. So the resolutions and actions taken matrix has been shared in the link that was made available, and I will take you through. So the first resolution urged SADC member parliaments to advocate for increased budget allocations for climate finance, emphasizing funding for adaptation, mitigation, and resilience projects, particularly in vulnerable and high-risk regions. And members should support streamlining access to funds like the Green Climate Fund and the establishment of direct access entities at the national and regional levels. So the status for this resolution was submitted to member parliaments in line with Rule 6.3 of the Rules of Procedure, and member parliaments were expected to submit progress reports during the 57th plenary assemblies. And members have been urged, in terms of the actions or remarks for that resolution, members have been urged to advocate for simplifying climate finance access and ensuring gender mainstreaming in finance mechanisms. And members have also been encouraged to make use of the Commonwealth climate finance advisors and other technical experts to enhance the capacity of member states in preparing viable climate financial proposals. So the forum is engaged with the Commonwealth to facilitate this support. Sure, Honorable Mutsuasele from Lesotho will remember that during that meeting, the Commonwealth advisors indicated that they were busy establishing a support facility for Lesotho. In terms of the next recommendation or the resolution rather, provided that we seek to encourage SADC member parliaments to adopt and implement policies that promote agroecology and climate-smart agricultural practices to strengthen resilience, reduce emissions, and enhance food security, while support for gender-sensitive approaches and financial incentives for sustainable agricultural practices should be prioritized. And to this end, the forum continuously supports advocating for policy frameworks that support agroecology and economic diversification for smallholder farmers, emphasizing the integration of indigenous knowledge and women's empowerment through various capacity development programs. And this will be further integrated as part of the newly launched Parliamentary Alliance for Food Security and Nutrition, which, if members will remember, this alliance was launched during the 56th plenary assembly. And at its last session, the committee was also briefed on the PAP model law on food security. And this committee is encouraged to align national legislation with the provisions of that model law. The next resolution called on SADC member parliaments to form the Regional Parliamentary Alliance for Food Security and Nutrition to promote legislative frameworks, resource mobilization, stakeholder engagement, and awareness raising efforts, and emphasizing that the alliance should focus on agri-food systems transformation, which align with the SADC's development goals. So as I'd indicated previously, the forum launched the Parliamentary Alliance for Food Security and Nutrition at the 56th, not 57th, plenary assembly. And we plan to host a meeting to elect the leadership of this alliance. And the forum continues to engage its partners like the Food and Agricultural Organization to set up this alliance, which will advocate for agroecology, increased agricultural investment, and alignment with the Malabo Declaration commitments. Next resolution focused on SADC member states are encouraged to develop comprehensive strategies for the classification, exploitation, and value addition of critical minerals within the region. And this strategy should ensure equitable benefits for local communities, promote regional economic transformation, which align with global climate mitigation efforts. And to this resolution, engagements are underway with partners to develop a model law on mining focused on value addition and beneficiation. So I'm for some of the members who were present at plenary, we are in the process, or we have finalized rather an MOU with the Chandler Institute for Justice, which will provide support for the development of a mining model law. And we envisage that several capacity building sessions will be held to support member parliaments. And then finally, the last resolution is on the development of a climate change model law, which integrates gender responsive strategies in climate action and disaster risk reduction. And of course, asking that parliamentarians should ensure that women and marginalized groups are central to planning and implementation processes, enabling equitable access to resources and decision-making opportunities. So for this resolution, in terms of an update, the SADC-PF through the Sweden-funded SRHR project continues to support sexual reproductive health rights integration in climate change policy through capacity building for researchers, and plans to develop training programs for SRHR researchers to carefully and consistently integrate climate and health systems for equity and resilience. To this end, in fact, in a couple of weeks, we will be hosting a capacity building session with the Interparliamentary Union, a joint session online with the Interparliamentary Union, and we hope that honorable members, you will also be available to join this online session, just really looking at how we can more closely integrate sexual reproductive health rights within our climate change policies, as well as in the development of a model law on climate change. I so submit.
Thank you, Rashi. Honorable members, are there any questions, comments regarding what has been shared by the Secretary? In the absence of, okay. South Africa, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just want to check with the second resolution, which puts heavy reliance on, or the first resolution, which puts a heavy reliance on the Commonwealth and its facilitating support to realize this particular resolution. Okay, thank you, Chair. Now, Chair, I want to check if what is the reason for us to put so much heavy reliance on the Commonwealth to realize the first resolution, because it is very important for us to get this resolution to pass. And aren't there any other organizations, in particular within the United States, there's many components that we can utilize in order to do this, just like more of the model laws are established in line with the United Nations statutory laws that are there. So I just want to check this heavy reliance on Commonwealth alone. How is it going to help us? Because if you were to go back and dig into the background of the Commonwealth itself, it doesn't have the best interest in particular of Africa, let alone Southern Africa. And if you then want to go to Commonwealth, you look like a beggar. Why are we doing that? Aren't there any other platforms we can then go and utilize in order to realize this? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. Can I give Rachel the mic? Any other question if there is?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Member, thank you very much for that question. And of course, it's an important and relevant question in light of this critical resolution around ensuring that there's increased budget allocations for climate finance, emphasizing adaptation and mitigation projects. So you will have noted when I was going through the minutes, one of the presentations we received was from the Commonwealth Climate Finance Advisors. And in fact, after the public hearing session, we held a meeting with them at COP29, where they have made a commitment to support capacity building initiatives for parliamentarians to engage with entities like the Green Climate Fund in order for us to increase our climate finance support from entities like the Green Climate Fund. So in terms of the actions, this is an update in terms of what we have done, what we have resolved from our previous meeting, and what progress we have made since that meeting. And basically, this update is to provide that, you know, Commonwealth has made that commitment to say that they are available and willing to support parliamentarians and member states to enhance their capacity in terms of accessing climate finance from entities like the Green Climate Fund. So this is but one avenue that we have explored, and where there is a clear commitment to say they are ready to support these initiatives, but it doesn't bar us from, you know, exploring other opportunities and exploring other entities that might be able or available to provide similar support. This is the Commonwealth Climate Finance Advisors. They have been advisors that have been appointed to certain countries. As I've indicated, Lesotho was busy establishing an office. I know South Africa has one. Namibia also has. In fact, the advisor that was in the meeting was from Namibia. So this is just an update to say this is how far we have progressed from the last meeting and from the discussion that was had, so that we don't have committee meetings and discussions in a vacuum and they end there. So it's really to provide progress to the membership of this committee in terms of progress. And we are, of course, open to continue engaging with other entities that are available and open to supporting our activities. Thank you.
Thank you. You have the floor, South Africa.
No, thank you very much for the clarification. Chair, I don't mean to make a dialogue compressed, but I just want to check because, you know, with the experience of what just took place recently with Trump, withdrawing all the funds from everywhere, us at this platform, I think we need to take ourselves very serious and not put reliance on the people that have nefarious reasons of supporting Africa. Because being supported for climate change outside is more dangerous than us taking an initiative, because if we even establish offices within our country to rely on their advisors, when we have universities within our countries and we have the best universities, I think, Chair, you and your office, we must look at how best we can utilize the universities and pool the resources of universities to assist the SADC countries in order for us to realize this, because the issue of climate change is very serious. If you were not coming to Johannesburg, maybe you were going to one of our provinces in the Eastern Cape, we may not have had a successful meeting because the climate has changed completely, that the rainfalls, it storms, it's no longer rainfalls. It's storming around South Africa, which I think it's what is going to take place in many other countries within SADC. So in order for all the parliaments to take this matter seriously, we need not to put our reliance on the other people, especially from the West. We all know what is the purpose of them supporting us, in particular, putting those kind of aids, because those advisors are under a certain aid. If we were to check with our back office what kind of funding that is coming to South Africa in order to support and capacitate parliaments to do this work of climate change, it's only because they need to protect certain areas of the country in order to abstract whatever is left of our resources, and to make sure by the time the climate is finishing us, they are done with enriching themselves and they move out. So I think Trump's move should awaken all of us in terms of these particular things. So Chair, please, with your big office, I think as a committee, let's try and see what else we can do to make sure that in the 57th plenary, the parliament will then report that a certain university is capacitating each parliament on the matters of climate change, additionally the matters of food security, because they get affected. If the climate is bad, you can't grow food, livestock is in danger, and all of that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so very much. That was a very powerful submission. Now, Lesotho, have you?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Just to add on what South Africa has just put on the table, I would say 3 months ago, possibly, I wouldn't be saying what I'm going to say now. I would be saying the Western countries should be supporting us thoroughly on this issue of climate finance, because indeed, I'll talk from the problem of what's the SADC and Lesotho in particular. Women or children are living in mountains. Some of them, they have never seen even a car. They just know or have seen an aeroplane flying over. Now we are coming down to them, telling them that the air is polluted. It's not making sense to them. How was it polluted? What happened? And the climate change is another story. Now, we are now in this dilemma where we can see that things have changed. We can't go to the Western countries again and talk about financing as South Africa is saying, which is very true. I think now it is time for Africa to face this monster. The SADC region and all African countries should come together, have strategies as states on how we mitigate this problem of climate financing. It is now our problem. It is us who are facing this, as I've said, a monster. It is here and it's wiping us out. So I'm saying, Africa, SADC, let's come together. Let's talk about this climate financing as it's our problem now. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members, for your submissions. We really appreciate. And I will ask our secretariat to respond.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I think these are all very important reflections from both honorable members. And just to start off, I think Honorable Mente has issued a clarion call to all of us within this committee, including the Secretariat, in light of this shrinking development finance aid in the world, looking at what Trump is doing. It is, of course, imperative on us as countries and as a region to look within ourselves and see how we can, resolve some of the issues that are plaguing us. But ultimately also to echo what Honorable Matsuasele said, that, this is an issue that many of us in this region have not created, and a problem that we have not created, yet we are forced to use the already limited resources that we have to respond to it. So why not, pull from those that have created this problem, like members of the West, countries from the West. So the Green Climate Fund is an entity that has been established really to pool resources for mitigation and adaptation in countries that have, been grappling with the impacts of climate change. But looking at the Southern African region so far, I think there are a very limited number of entities that are direct access entities that can pull directly from these resources. South Africa has two, the Development Bank of South Africa, the South African National Biodiversity Institute. In Zimbabwe, most recently is the Infrastructure Development Bank of Zimbabwe. And Namibia was in fact the first country in Africa with an entity with direct access to the Green Climate Fund in the name of the Environmental Investment Fund in 2015. So that shows that only these 3 countries within the SADC region have access to billions of resources that the Green Climate Fund holds. And we know that the impacts of climate change, as indicated by Honorable Matsuasele, are real. They are impacting our communities. So why is there a discrepancy in terms of who can access these resources versus those that cannot? So it's imperative for us to really, as Honorable Mente has said, look within ourselves, how our universities can support this access, but also look at, our own resources, repurposing some of these resources to be able to respond to the impacts of climate change. But I don't think we should also, exclude ourselves from, if there are resources available for those that have caused this issue by exploiting fossil fuels, burning fossil fuels, they should, of course, carry their weight in terms of paying for the damage that they are causing to the environment and to our region. And of course, leveraging the resources that we do have, the critical minerals, the lithium, the cobalt, all of these resources that are abundant in our region. How do we ensure that we leverage them so that they can pay and support our communities as we continue to fight this real yet unavoidable impacts of climate change? Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I will yield them.
Thank you for those responses. I really appreciate even the questions that have been put forward. Shall we now, if there are any more questions in the absence of none, shall we move on to the next item? We were supposed to have a tea break. Unfortunately, we've had that one. We will be commencing the second session of our meeting, where we will hear from our distinguished resource persons on the need for a SADC model law on prison oversight. And I now hand over to Mr. Victor Muhango. Yes, thank you for the pronunciation. I'm sorry. I now hand over to Mr. Victor Muhango, Director, Center of Human Rights Education, Advice and Assistance, Malawi, to moderate this segment of our meeting. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, thank you, Chair, and the honorable members who are here. I will be introducing Justice about a certain period. That's my humble duty to do that. But let me just have 2 things before she comes in. Just to mention that you have already said that I'm from CREA, Center for Human Rights Education, Advice and Assistance. We have a number of projects that we are doing, and most of them are in prisons. So we work in partnership with the criminal justice system in Malawi, but also I am a member of the Inspectorate of Prisons, which is a constitutional body that visits and monitors the conditions in our prisons and any detention facility in Malawi. Yes, the condition in Malawi prisons, just like many SADC countries, they're almost similar. We are facing the same challenges. We cannot describe any perfect criminal justice system in our region. The issues of hunger, the one taking the center stage in most of our prisons. The chair and the presenters, I think you have mentioned about the drought that the SADC region is facing. And this drought is faced by people outside the prisons. Then it means that even people inside the prison is worse. So in my country, you find that sometimes the prisoners, they're taking 3 to 7 days without taking food. There is food sometimes, but this food is nsima, we call it nsima back home. In Zimbabwe, they call it sasa. In Zambia, I don't know, but it should be nsima as well. They call shima, yeah, shima. It's mostly served by with pigeon peas or beans. So the diet of our prisons, they don't have fruits, they don't have vegetables most of the times. It's nsima and pigeon peas, 365 days. Issues of malnutrition, they are rampant. You find that many prisoners are facing malnutrition in our regions. Food in Malawi is served once a day. They serve you food maybe 10 o'clock or 12 o'clock. The clever ones, they keep that food for the next meal. That means they will keep it, they'll eat in the evening. Because of scarcity of, because of lack of funding, at times you find that they cook nsima. That is not nsima because nsima is supposed to be hard, but you find that it's porridge-like. So you see the prisoners maybe taking that I don't know, it's porridge or they put it somewhere so that it can harden, and then they eat. So, or sometimes they can even serve them nsima without even radish, but they survive. So in the times of drought like this one, in the times that the prison, they don't have funding, they don't have food, you find that some people, the lucky ones, they get food from their relatives, but they're very lucky. Because most of the population in my country, you find that maybe 90% of them, they are poor. They're coming from very far, and they are in central prisons. So it's difficult for someone to take food from, for example, from Cape Town, bring it here. It's almost impossible. So it's survival of the fittest. Some people die in prison because of malnutrition. They die because of lack of food. Yes, but yes, we have this, but we need to have solutions, as you have indicated in your area presentations. There are some a number of countries with positive examples. We are talking of Mozambique. They tried, I'm told they tried to grow potatoes, which they distributed to so many prisons. This is a good development, and we can learn from that. I'm told also in 2025 in Botswana, they introduced irrigation to combat drought, which is the way to go as African countries. In Tanzania also, they also introduced environmental friendly stoves, minimizing the use of firewood. Yeah, as I think in Malawi, the main source of power is firewood. They have electric boats, but most of the time they use firewood. So it's very, actually the prison department is the one who's also contributing in deforestation in our country. In Mauritius, they introduced the fish processing plant, but all this requires the support from the government. So you are here, members of parliament. You are the ones most of the times approving these budgets. But we have noted from my country that your job ends at approving the budgets, and then you go, you don't monitor. So, Honorable Justice Ntaba, she's going to talk to you about the roles of oversight that the members of parliament can do in our prisons. So let me now invite her to come and yeah, but I need to ask the chair now. Okay. Yeah, Justice Ntaba, she's the judge from the High Court in the Eastern Region. If you can Google, you'll find her cases. She has done very good cases in Malawi that have changed, that has reformed actually the prison department. So I don't want to talk more, just Google, you'll find so many cases. Yeah, but the positives ones are there. So let me now ask Justice Ntaba to take the floor. Thank you.
So that they can follow.
Okay.
Yeah, I did send it through so that they can follow. Can I just double check that interpretation can hear me before I proceed? Interpretation, you okay? Okay. All right. Oh, it's afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you. I was asked to talk about the importance of prison oversight to address food security and climate change in prisons. I do apologize. I'm not apologizing, but I will not go into what prison oversight is because it is part of the concept note. So I'm going on the premise that you already have read your concept note and understand what prison oversight is. But if you haven't, let me know so I can do that quickly before I move into my presentation. Should I? So I can just proceed. Okay, so prison oversight usually goes three ways. Prison oversight is necessary because when we put people in prisons, it means at some point we have to go back and check what conditions they're in, what is going on in those prisons, and if there is any other areas of whether law, policy, or resources that we need to look at. In most countries, prison oversight is actually, most African countries do not have prison oversight. Malawi does have prison oversights because we have what we call the prison inspectorate, but we also have prison oversights through the judiciary. As judges, we are allowed to go into prisons and conduct prison inspections on our own motion or being invited to do so or in collaboration with others. So prison oversight, when people go in for prison inspectorates, they will look at the conditions of the prisoners, the conditions of the prisons, the conditions of the prison workers themselves, and all other related matters, whether it's food, security, all aspects, health, and all the others. Well, for the judiciary, we mostly focus on who is there legally and who is not there legally, so we will look at that, but we will also look at all these other parameters that the prison inspectorate look at. We also look at food, we also look at the treatment that prisoners are visiting. So to that aspect, that's what current prison oversight looks like. But I think with the model law, the prison oversight is considering expanding the concept of prison oversight. Because I think with Malawi, we've spearheaded a couple of programs where they also allow independent people to come in. So like parliamentarians could go in together with others to just see what's going on. So those are the issues that we're looking at in terms of parameters, in terms of prison oversight. Now moving forward, I want to start with a quote by Desmond Tutu, which says, "My humanity is bound up in yours, for we can only be human together." So why are we asking for this call of action for SADC Parliamentary Forum to develop a SADC model law on prison oversight? I'll give you a scenario. So can we move to the third slide? I'll give you a case that we've handled in Malawi, which is a prisoner case. And I want to underscore something that is very fundamental that comes from that case. The case says we do not understand prisoners' rights to be a special category of rights apart from the fact that they're human rights. Prisoners' rights must be understood to mean the rights that prisoners have as human beings as they remain incarcerated in a prison. Thus, prisoners, even though they are lawfully deprived of liberty, are still entitled to basic or fundamental human rights. So in the case that was in that particular case, the complainant, with regard to others, he sued on behalf of himself and others. And this was in 2007. He complained that there was torture, cruel and inhumane and degrading treatment or punishment which related to because there was a lack of diet, insufficient or total lack of clothing and accessories, insufficient or total lack of cell equipment, insufficient or lack of cell or space in the congested prison. If you notice everything that's typically happening in all our countries in terms of prison. And he said he's came on the law. We have a Prisons Act which had stated standard minimum rules that must have been applied in terms of those issues, whether it was the diet, whether it was space, whether it was healthcare, and whether it was the concept of clothing. There is standards in that particular law that says a prisoner must get this if they are in prison. And he didn't get that. He also said that with what we call the Mandela Rules. The Mandela Rules are UN rules that set up the minimum standards for people in prisons or in detention centers. And in those rules, there are certain fundamental issues that must happen and must come to play. And so it was interesting that our constitutional court, which is a court that looks at issues of human rights, it said, we wish, however, to note that the minimum standards set by the Prisons Act outlived their time and ought to be amended to raise those minimum standards to meet nutritional needs of the prisoners to address new health challenges of inmates. And now that is an issue that related to food. In South Africa, there was a case by Dudley Lee. He sued the Minister of Correctional Service. Mr. Lee contracted TB whilst he was incarcerated. And he said the state was responsible for his incarceration due to inadequate health care provided in the prison. He also argued the state's failure to provide adequate health care violated his constitutional rights to freedom and security of the person, and that he needed to be detained under conditions that were consistent with human dignity, including adequate accommodation, nutrition, and medical treatment. We go back to the concept of nutrition, even in the South African context. And I'm sure if you look in your countries, you will find that these particular decisions or legal cases might be there, or some are actually brewing or in the pipeline. The court in South Africa ruled in his favor and found that the government liable for the harm suffered. And it emphasized that the state has a constitutional duty to ensure prisoners are treated humanely and that adequate health care is provided. I go back to the concept of understanding what governance is. When it comes to the state, it means all of us three arms of government, the executive, the judiciary, and the legislature, are accountable to the people, the citizens, and in terms of these parameters. So although it was the state in that particular, the executive who was taken to task, but this particular issues of adequate constitutional rights protection falls on all three arms of government, whether it's the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary. And as you sit in the legislature, this duty also falls on you. The court in South Africa also did a very fundamental thing. It confirmed that every prisoner has the right to humane treatment. We all believe in Africa the concept of Ubuntu. So that's the best way I can describe what humane treatment is all about, the concept of Ubuntu. Person being treated as a human being, even though the fact that they're incarcerated or in prison. So in terms of prison, what are the legal issues that we're looking at? The first fundamental issues you're going to have to realize as a parliamentarians is the fact that despite that a person is in prison, they have all fundamental human rights are still accorded to them. All personal freedoms are still accorded to them. The biggest freedom, human rights that we take away is the right to liberty, which is the right to movement. I will not talk about the death penalty because that's a different discussion altogether. But we're looking at the concept of the right to movement. That's the biggest issue that we take away. But all other fundamental human rights are still available to them. So the underlying conditions that this person must be kept in, whether woman, man, is that they should be kept in humane conditions. But you will look at our African prisons and you'll find that a lot of them are outdated. They're inadequate in terms of space. They're ill-equipped for most of the people that they actually have. They're under-resourced, whether it's finances, whether it's personnel, whether it's equipment. We do not have enough resources for the people that we're currently keeping incarcerated. And I know that with South Africa, you have a huge amount of people in incarceration. Same for us as well. We believe that the number of prisoners versus the prisons are not matching. So this picture just depicts what prisons kitchens usually look like. I think this one, at least it looks like it's an electric one or a gas one, but most prisons will have wood fire. And I think this is one in Zimbabwe. They will have they would have had at some point installed electrical ports, but because due to underfunding and resources, you'll find that those electric ports are not working. Yeah. So the question that we have for you as parliamentarians and those that set up model laws, at least for SADC, is this question: are these issues important, especially when it comes to food? You will realize that when you go into African prison, food is the most overlooked part. As you've heard, Malawi has one meal a day. And I'm sure if you go into a number of jurisdictions, you'll find that is typical. And you find newspaper articles all the time talking about prisons are in crisis or one thing or another. But it's also one of the most expensive elements. Because food, for most parts, they do not grow their own food. They heavily rely on procuring it from others. So that means they have to have enough resources to do that. And most times the prison budget, you realize, is the most inadequately resourced budget. And because of all these parameters that I've talked about, there's a lot of life-affecting issues that happen with the lack of food. Poor nutrition leads to a lot of health issues. You will find that in terms of, if you go and look at the health budget of a prison, you will find that it's big and it's huge. You realize it also increases the medical costs for them because they're having to, and the medical costs are not just the ones for the prisoners themselves, but it's the transportation to a medical facility because they don't have adequate medical facilities at the prison itself. And it has major life implications. That lose life, others have lost limb, all sorts of issues, of developed things that they usually did not have when they were outside, like Mr. Lee himself. Him contracting TB in prison means that he has a condition that could always recur at some point and also reduces his life expectancy. If you look at a position in 2023, 40 inmates died in 1 month from malnutrition in Goma prison. In 1 month, 14 people. And 90% of those deaths were related to malnutrition combined with TB. And that's one of the highest things you find in prisons, that they have a high rate of TB incidences. And as I've said, we are looking at the concept of minimum standard rules. If you look at the Mandela rules at Rule 22, they say, and Rule 22 that 1 and 2 says, every prisoner shall be provided by the prison administration at the usual hours with food of nutritional value, adequate for health and strength, of wholesome quality, well prepared and served, including drinking water, the right to be given drinking water. Now that's a fundamental issue. So I'm going to underline a couple of things. Nutrition of food of nutritional value, adequate for health and strength. Also underline that it has to be of wholesome quality and well prepared and served. A number of, I don't know how many of you went to boarding school. Some of these things did come through for a number of us, whether it might have been adequate for health and strength, but not always been well prepared and served. It might have been of wholesome quality. But for most times for prisons, those parameters that I've indicated are not present. So when I've done prison inspectorates, one of the things that we are required to do is to taste the food. And most of the times that is one thing that prison inspectors try to avoid doing because it is food that you usually wouldn't want to taste. Victor could confirm that. And this is what is being served in prison. And when you look, also, when you look at the UN Office on Drugs and Crime, they put in regional assessments that says there is an insufficiency of prison oversight mechanisms to address climate-related challenges of food security. So they're saying that when we're doing prison oversight, a lot of us are not looking at the food security of this prison. So these are the things that we are looking at. And then there's an AU resolution that asked that was done in May 2023, that asked that there should be a study of prisons and conditions of detention in Africa. I noticed that the report is not out, but it is something you must look out for when you're developing the SADC model law, because it will help to address certain fundamentals, because it is a study that's going to be across Africa, of which SADC is. So I just gave you a scenario of what has happened in Malawi before. That's 2015, the first one. It says our Minister of Justice then lied on food for prisoners. He lied to the EU that inmates get 3 meals a day when inmates are getting only 1. In 2023, there was a food crisis, right? Prisons in tight corner on food. And I think last year we were in another food crisis. It is a yearly thing. It is not something prisons and prison authorities will tell you that food crisis in prison is not a once-off thing. It's a daily issue, a weekly issue, a monthly issue, and it's a yearly issue. So in Malawi, there was a study on prisoner population and food demand. This was done in June 2028. The study found that there are severe food shortages. Sorry, 2018, sorry. I'm ahead of myself. 2028. It found that there were severe food shortages in Malawi chronically, and this is the most interesting thing. They said Malawi is chronically underfunded prison system. 1 bill per day, and it is not balanced. They also said that the prison population is set to grow to about 16 million. I think we've moved beyond that, 17 plus now. And versus 12,598, which was in 2015. And our prisons were not made to go beyond, was it 5,000? 8,000, yeah. Yeah. So it's doubled the, and they also stated that the food demand was going to increase by 32% from 5,000 tons to about 6,000 tons. Now that we're at 17,000, it means it will be a little bit more than that. And for a fact, this amount is never given. You will not find that they've actually consumed the 5,000 tons. They consume way less than that. And the study also found that this situation is exacerbated by climate-induced crop failure. You're talking about women having to deal with this, but also our prisons are dealing with it. It's in Maula prison, they experienced a 40% reduction in maize harvest from their prison farms due to the drought condition. And this year, again, we're going to either have drought or flood. So that's for a fact. And this year's yield, I know in Malawi, has already been not as the best that could come. And so the Gebo Masangano again went on to talk about why, after all that we've discussed about food, why it is important that prisons look at the concept of food. They said, we wish to, however, to note that the minimum standards set by the Prisons Act have outlived their time and ought to be amended to raise those minimum standards to meet additional needs of the prisoners to address new health challenges of inmates. At that point in 2007, they were encouraged to learn that some prisons like Beyond Indoor, prisons to get their meals 3 times a day. We were, however, at pains to appreciate how prisoners preserved the remaining portion of food they get in one meal situation like Chachiri and Maura prison. The respondents have not shown how, and the respondents was the Ministry of the Attorney General, the ministry responsible, and the prison officials have not shown how the prisoners keep the other portion of the food until they use it for a second meal, which is the very aspect of saying, if you've given 3 meals a day, it must be given at the right time, which is what the minimum standards are saying. You can't be given the food in the morning and expect to eat that same food in the evening. It means it's not given at the right time. We think that the situation of having 1 meal a day in some of our prisons is most unsatisfactory, even though the meal meets the daily portion as prescribed by the prison regulations. So the 1 meal that you have could meet the daily proportion, but the lack of the 2 other meals would not. It is time the respondents acquired additional cooking utensils, cutlery, as well as repair the cooking pots not working for the prisons in the country to facilitate the provision of at least 2 hot meals a day to the prisoners in good time. Like the prison inspectorate in its 2000 report, we are encouraged that vegetables are provided in almost all prisons in the country. This situation has changed now. Victor will tell you that this doesn't happen as often. We, however, would wish to encourage the respondents to remove the monotony of in the maize meal, peas. That's what they say. Remove the maize meals and peas, because it is too much of, it's not a balanced diet, and that they need to raise the level to the minimum standard. If not by law, then by taking progressive steps towards it. This case, as I said, is a 2007 case. To date, the findings of this case and the things that the court had told the prison inspectorate, the government, to do have not happened. This is 2007. So sometimes the judiciary will do its work, but it now takes the other 2 arms of government to move to ensure that the things that we pass as law, because you pass laws, we just enforce. But the biggest aspect of those laws is that they must be implemented. And implementation is the executive arm of government with oversight from the parliamentary institution. Now, moving on to climate change. This is something that is coming from Prison Initiative, and it's a US thing. This is what they said. Environmental emergencies like heat, floods, fires, hurricanes, cold snaps, and blizzards are all particularly threatening the lives of incarcerated people. Deteriorating infrastructure and harmful practices are intensified by an increasingly volatile environment. Even though incarcerated people regularly organize for their own survival needs, they face an especially daunting challenge building climate resilience. The deck that is stacked against them grows as our surroundings become more inhospitable. And this is true, because if you look at climate change, the concept is many prisons face increasing climate change risks. The same risks that we're facing, you can move to the next slide, they're also facing it. But theirs is worse because they are in confined spaces. They're in spaces that are outdated. They're in spaces that were not built for storm damage or power outages. They're already also having the risk of overcrowding. So if it's leaking in a room that's over 100 people that is supposed to only sleep 10, you know there's going to be concerns with that. But also climate change has only recently become an issue for the prison. It was something that was never an issue for them. They've hardly planned for it. but big cost post-disasters. Little disaster risk management plans are available, disaster mitigation plans are available, no recovery plans. It is said that in Nigeria, Maiduguri, they had severe flooding, and because of that severe flooding, 200 prisoners escaped from the flooded facilities, creating a security risk. So, from climate change, you can have loss of life. From climate change, you can have health issues, but you can also have security issues. This is a study in Malawi that was done, that was just concluded in 2025. The next slide. Where the study is called We Fear for Our Lives, Understanding, Responding, and Mitigating the Impact of Climate Change on the Malawian Prison System. The study found that prisoners lack access to early warning systems, as opposed to the rest of us who are able to listen to the radio. Once they go in, sometimes they don't have access to a radio to know what's coming. Is a flood coming or not? This relates to all sorts of issues. They have no climate change responsive prison policies, and this is across the board. I don't think if prisons are doing it, maybe they're doing it now. I'm not sure about South Africa. I'm not sure about Lesotho. I'm not sure about Tanzania, if they have one, but Malawi doesn't have one. No research has been done on the topic, despite evidence that there has been a disrupted agriculture and seasonal cycle issues. We know that there's been a disruption in terms of agriculture, the food security, but not only on the food part, but even on the security part, there's been not enough research done of it. And when the study was done, they found 6 areas that they looked at: climate impacts and infrastructure challenges, extreme life threatening events, and inability to evacuate. That's a big one. That's a big one. Fluctuating temperatures. We know for a fact our prisons are built in a way that they're not well ventilated. In heat, they will overheat. In the cold, they'll be very cold. And when they rain, sometimes because they're not maintained, they will flood or they will drip. The findings also illustrate that we have major challenges due to the congested prison operations, whether it's, as I said, infrastructure, whether it's protection issues, especially sanitation and maintenance, inability to safely evacuate, power, water, and food shortages, as well as the biggest aspect, which is the circulation of disease. The picture shows the Nigerian prison after that disaster, after that flooding, and how people got out. As you can see, they are inadequate structures because even from the building itself, you can see that the wall is not, it's like almost just a single block. Huh? Yeah. So moving on. When it comes to the SADC, the SADC Climate Change Strategy and Action Plan for 2025, there's, whether we like it or not, SADC region is going to have huge issues with climate change. And we're seeing it, and we're experiencing it. And there'll be increased droughts, decreased rainfall, seasonal rain shifts, floods. Floods have become normal. Before, floods would take years before we had flooding. But this time, last year we had flooding. South Africa had flooding last year. It has flooding this year. So as of yesterday, I think Cameroon had snowfall. And people were playing in the snow. That's in Cameroon. So when you think of all these issues, we know for a fact that climate change is going to affect us. If it affects us outside prison, it's going to affect those inside prison. And the 15th United Nations Congress on Crime Prevention and Criminal Justice in May 2024 said, in addition, climate change affects the ability of criminal justice and prison systems to provide the minimum standard of accommodation and treatment of prisoners, as extreme weather events challenge the ability of prison administrations to manage the growing number of people in their care. And this is what internationally they're saying. And the group of friends that meet under the Nelson Mandela rules, this in 2023 also discussed the concept of how to mitigate the impact of climate change. especially on prison and offender management. Next slide, please. And they had 3 takeaways. They need to make Sustainable Development Goal 13 on climate action a more integrated part of prison and prison reform work in support of Goal 16, which means the SADC prison oversight law has to look at what Section 13 is talking about, what Goal 16 is talking about, especially for peace and strong institutions. It's also said prisons must not be an afterthought, especially in times of crisis. Because when you look at our disaster recovery plans, our disaster and mitigation plans, you will find that there are certain institutions that will be evacuated first. Hospitals are part of that. Schools are part of that. But prisons will not be in any of the first places to be evacuated. And I believe this is across, I think most nations. Prisons are usually the last. And this creates great suffering and injustice among those incarcerated. But it also means all of us lose in terms of safety, resources, health, and cohesion in our societies. And the last one, they said the Nelson Mandela rules are most important, more ever now, because they are a reminder of us of the universal benchmark that we must respect the issues deserved by all, which is human dignity. And that is a fundamental issue. I go back to the concept of Ubuntu, whether we like it or not. Ubuntu needs to still happen even when it comes to prison. Now, for us, why are we saying you need to have an oversight? I need to just give you 2 scenarios of legislative examples of food and climate change in prisons. I looked around and I could only find, next slide, I could only find 2. One was ours in the Malawi law, the other one was in the Correctional Services Act. None of them have anything to do, no one has legislated for climate change. Even us who've just recently passed a law, we've just amended our law on prisons. We did not legislate for the concept of climate change. It's just because I think the prisons law took forever to pass and people didn't want to start putting into place certain things, but it is fundamental. But the good thing is it does provide for issues on food. So the Correctional Services Act for South Africa provides under Section 8, mandates that the prisoner must be provided with an adequate diet to promote good health, considering the needs of children and pregnant women. It also specifies that food must be well prepared and served at intervals of not less than 4.5 hours and not more than 6.5 hours, with a minimum interval of 14 hours between the evening meal and breakfast. That's clear as to how many times you should serve it and how it should be served. For us, the Old Prisons Act had a schedule, and that's the schedule which said it provided the diet. It told you what kind of diet they could have. There was even the concept that they could have coffee, they would have tea, and all that. Those provisions were never observed, or they were observed in abeyance. The New Prison Act says, Section 58, it talks about a medical officer shall regularly inspect a prison and advise the officer in charge on the quality, quantity, preparation, and service of food. So it's added a person who, if the medical officer comes into prisons, they can look at the food and say to the officer in charge, you're not providing quality food. Section 78, 1A and B, talks about the service. Now, this is the prison service. It says, shall within the available resources, as always, we go back to a restrictive element, shall within the available resources address and provide needs of prisoners to ensure humane and dignified confinement in prison but the thing is, even though within the available resources, there's a qualifier. It says humane and dignified treatment. It says they must provide a special diet to pregnant or old prisoners to meet the demands of their special condition. It then says, Section 16, and under Section 165, 1H, it says the minister may make regulations for the better carrying out of this act And in that, he should talk about the safe custody classification, hours of labor, and he also has indicated food as part of that, or diet as part of that. So the issue is when you're looking at us, when you're preparing the big model law, is to look at what exists in our country. As I said, for most part, our countries do not have laws on prison oversight. And most parts, our prison acts don't look at the concept. They just highlight a bit on the right on food, hardly anything on climate change, especially in prison. So when we look at oversight, you're looking at these areas. May I move to the next slide? What are the prisons actually providing? This is what, when we go to inspect, that's what we say. We write, they're providing 1 meal a day. What is it? The simmer and beans. Okay. We ask, is there water? They will tell you, water is not running, or there's only water for drinking, but no water. So there's also sanitation. So you have water for sanitation on another issue. It would ask, then you will look at how many times, when is it served? How is it served? And whether it's adequate for everybody in the prison itself. But what we are looking at, what are the minima? What does the law, what would be the minimums in the law? Because the law must set the minimum. So the SADC model law will have to set the minimum in terms of food. You've already known it has to be adequate, it has to be well balanced, but how many times will it have to be served? We know the typical is breakfast, lunch, and dinner. So that is the minimum, because for us, even outside, having 8 meals a day is not possible. Although the recommended health issue is you eat 8 times a day in small quantity. Then you have to look at what is the standard, what is actually should be the standard, not the minimum. What is the standard? So when you're doing the SADC model law, we will be saying, this is the minimum that laws should have, but this is the standard that our laws should have. And when it comes to prison oversight, they have to look at all those 3 parameters, if those are available. The other question you have to ask is, do governments have laws and policies, including strategies and plans, to adequately address food security in prison? Because the issue is, it's just not the availability of food, but the security of it. Is it sustainable? Can they manage it? And what resources would be needed? Personnel, finances, equipment, treatment. And then we also have to look at the concept of treatment and attitude. Because with prisons, you also have to look at the concept of biases and all those things. So are those contributing to how food is being prepared or what food is being bought? Because they could decide to go and buy substandard food and say, these are just prisons. So you can go buy substandard maize, standard beans, but once cooked, you will not realize it's substandard food or substandard meat, but it might not be fit for consumption, but it might be for feed, for instance, because that is a possibility. And those are all parameters you need to look at. You've lost the screen, dear. We are, go up, yeah. No, there, yeah. Then we also have to look at ourselves and ask, our prisoner detention centers ready for the oversight recommendation? Because whatever happens, when an oversight committee goes, or an oversight institution or inspectorate goes, there are recommendations that are made, which must be then followed up. So the SADC model law has to put into place what happens to those recommendations, because it determines whether our prisons will be able to take forward those recommendations from the oversight itself. I go back to Gable Masangano, which said something very significant, and this is the last but two final slides I have for you. It says the law is put in the prison regulations is not a mere aspiration which has to be progressively attained, Because most times we talk about progressive attainment of economic rights, not the civil and political rights. When you look at the concept of food, it affects the right to life. So it isn't just an economic issue. It is a more fundamental human rights issue in terms of the right to life. Nor is it the ideal that the law represents. It is in fact the minimum requirement. The framework of the law setting the minimum standards surely must have known that minimum standards are achievable and must be achieved. And that's why we're saying if you are studying model law, are going to create a model law, you're looking at what can be achievable, that every country must be able to do. No one should be allowed to disobey the law merely on the ground that he or she does not have sufficient resources to enable them to obey the law and fulfill their obligations under the law. The minimum standards place an obligation on the duty bearer to meet those standards and not to bring excuses for not complying with those standards. We therefore hold that the respondents have a responsibility to comply with the minimum standards set in the prison regulations by providing the minimum number of clothing and accessories that specifically stipulated in the regulation. This was when they were talking about the clothing, but they said the same thing for food. They said the same thing for space. So if we're going to create a SADC model law, it has to be one that sets minimum standards. And those minimum standards are ones that must be able to be achieved across the SADC region. So we understand what is the standard, but what we want, what we cannot walk away from is that there must be a minimum that we must all be able to achieve. Realizing that this is the standard, but the minimum must be achievable. So in terms of food, we're looking at availability and frequencies. Those are the things you have to look at. We're looking at quality and quantity. And I underline the concept of nutrition because it says it must be nutritious. It must be adequate for health because it can only be adequate for health if it has. And we're looking beyond food tasting. So when you're looking at the concept of oversight, we are looking at the concept of beyond food tasting. We can't just go just to taste. We're looking at kitchen conditions, water and electricity, access to space, how it's served, when it's served, all those particular parameters. We're looking at food production. Do these prisons have the ability to food produce? Or can they be given enough resources to do so? Because that is what that should be looking at. I know it's beyond the oversight, but those are issues that be part of when you're preparing the model law, you do highlight all those particular policy issues. And you also look at the special needs. We're lucky for us, we now have old age and women prisoners in terms of pregnant women, but there are people with chronic conditions who, in terms of food, need a whole different dietary arrangement. People with ulcers, they have a whole different dietary arrangement. People with diabetes have a whole different dietary arrangement. And those are things that prisons must provide, despite the fact that the person is incarcerated. When it comes to climate change, we're looking at policy that ensure climate resilience for the prisons. Infrastructure issues, are they renovating, are they updating prisons? If they're not building, then they must at the very least be updating and ensuring renovations for where there is weaknesses due to climate issues, because there will be cracks. If there's a crack in a wall, we know the likelihood of it falling down. They call them structural audits. You must go check if a crack in the wall is serious or not serious. If it falls, is it a risk to life and death? All those things should be part of oversight. What plans do they have for pre-disaster, during disaster, and post-disaster? The issue of food security is fundamental to climate change for prisons. How well are they diversifying? What are they doing to ensure that there is food security? And also the special needs consideration. We go back to the very essence. If a prison has more people with old age, it means the evacuation plan must take into that account. Because you will have, if you go into every prison, you will have what we call an old age wing. So which means that old age wing must have its own recovery plan for climate change and all those particular parameters, because then the way they will evacuate will be very different from a young prisoner evacuating from the prison. and also the security of it. That is both for the prisoners if there's a climate change issue, as well as for the communities at large, the communities that surround them. So with that said, let me finish with Nelson Mandela's words. It is said that no one truly knows a nation until one has been inside its jails. A nation should not be judged by how it treats its highest citizens, but it should be judged by how it treats its lowest citizens. So with that regard, I rest my case. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Justice Intaba. Today we are very lucky. She can speak the whole days, or 2 days combined. But today at least she has managed her time. I'm not sure. It's a very short video. Yeah, I think we are supposed to. We are supposed to watch a video. It's just a short one, just to see how the prison oversights happen. Apparently, maybe I don't know which one. This should be my video that I took in one of the female prisons. I know that you have questions and you have some feedbacks. That will happen for sure after the break, because we are supposed to break for lunch at 1 o'clock. Huh? Yeah, but I think this video is going to, yeah. Yeah, I think we can keep our questions. Yeah, I think from her presentation, you can see that I think we are sharing almost many aspects of our prisons. We are in Africa. I loved the very area speech by the chair that we need to also find our solutions in Africa. How can we treat our people in Africa? So, yeah. Listen. So that picture is how prisoners scram for food on a given day. Not this one. No. Not that. Yeah, but tomorrow we can also, but I wanted the one unless we visited we are going to visit the female prison. Sent.
In Malawi, as in many other parts of the region, prisons face multiple challenges, from overcrowding and inadequate food to poor sanitation and limited access to health care. These realities underscore the importance of regular prison inspections. An inspectorate visit is a key mechanism for monitoring the treatment of prisoners and the conditions of the detention facilities. The inspection team typically begins with an introductory briefing with prison authorities. This sets the tone for a transparent and cooperative process. Inspectors then proceed to assess
they've got
the
mattresses,
conditions
but
of the
not for
prison.
male.
They look at the state of cells, bedding, cleanliness, and access to natural light and ventilation. Food is a crucial area of concern.
Okay.
Inspectors evaluate the quality, quantity, and nutritional value of meals served to inmates.
Yeah, this one is a hotel. Yeah.
Access to health care is also reviewed. Inspectors examine clinic conditions, medication availability, and the ability of staff to handle common illnesses and emergencies.
So that's the clinic.
Yes.
Where do you keep your stuff? So this is where you keep. That's exactly how they keep their medicine.
But I've got a cabinet.
Cabinets, okay. So in case you have some drugs that requires a refrigerator, what happens? Oh, okay.
A central part of the inspection involves speaking directly with inmates, privately and without fear of reprisal. Their voices offer essential insights into their treatment and well-being. Throughout the visit, findings are documented carefully. Any urgent issues are flagged immediately to the authorities. Before leaving, the team shares preliminary observations with prison leadership, encouraging accountability and highlighting areas for improvement.
This was Cholo Prison. This is Inspectorate of Prisons visit. So we start by visiting the officer in charge, just to tell us the general situation of the prison on that day. Then after that, we just walk around the areas that we feel that are important. So we go to cells, kitchen, and then we also go to clinic. So we visited the clinic. If you see the clinic, it had no windows, no ventilation, and the drugs were just being powered, which is not the best way of keeping medicine. Medicine that's supposed to be kept in a proper, a safe place. And also, I asked about the refrigeration. The officer in charge said that they do have in the stores, but I doubt if that is true. So they're supposed to have a refrigerator inside the clinic to keep their medicine. You even saw the patients, all those who were down there, the patients, they were waiting for treatment, but they were just squatting. They don't even have a place to sit. When we visited their cells, at least they were clean, but you should also understand that these prisons in Malawi, they are not meant for female, they are meant for men. So you can see there are a number of facilities that are missing in the prisons. We have babies in the prisons, about 7 of them. That day we found them, they were there, they were mixing with their mothers and adults, prisoners. There's no separation, no place to breastfeed the babies. So it's like the babies that are also treated like they are prisoners because they don't have their own place to start to pray. There's no ECD, early childhood education in prisons. So which means that those babies are missing an important stage of development because our prisons are not providing. They're not providing that. And again, you know that women, they use sanitary pads. We don't have a place where we can dispose our sanitary pads. So sometimes they're just piled in the toilets. So it's not hygiene. So this is one of the things that we have observed. I've also observed that there's a lack of legal representation. We have so many women who are on remand. They are waiting for their time to be tried. So it's very difficult on their part. But just to say that I think the situation, the conditions that you have seen here, that different from the male prison. When you go to male prison, at least here they have a space to sleep, but in the male prison, it's just the conditions are just worse. So after this visit, we go back to the officer in charge. We tell him the problem that we have found, and then we tell them they should improve. On our next visit, we should find that things have changed.
Established under the Constitution, the Prison Inspectorate exists to ensure that conditions in our detention facilities meet basic human rights standards. It operates independently, inspecting, reporting, and recommending reforms. The Inspectorate has the power to visit any prison or police holding cell with or without notice and carry out investigations without interference. They can also question anyone relevant to their inquiries.
That's a visit. We just wanted to give you a practical visit. As Justice Sintaba said, it is the role of the prison inspectorate, or I mean the parliamentary also to have the oversight over the prisons. We have tried this in Malawi. I remember the time that we had a food shortage in our prisons. We invited a member of the Legal Affairs Committee and Social. They visited Malawi Prison Service. After that, we had a meeting with the budget director of in the Ministry of Finance. Because what happened is that you know, the escalation of prices of food. The time they were budgeting for the prisoners' food, they had their budget, but after some time there was inflation and whatever, so the food went up, but they were using the same budget. So after their visit, they had a meeting with the members of parliament, and the budget director, and they increased the budget of Malawi Prison Service. So you can see your oversight. If you have oversight over the prison, I think things can change. Yeah, let me now hand over to the chair. I think I've finished my session now. If I'll be required, I'll come again. Thank you.
Thank you all very much, Victor, for the presentation and the video. I think now it is time for us to break for lunch. We shall come back at 2 o'clock. And probably if we have any questions, we'll start from there. Thank you.
Yeah, I think I was supposed to play another video, and then after that, we are going to introduce a form. Data collection form is a monitoring tool for for appreciation, then question and answers. Yeah, we can still. Yeah.
Honorable members, may I welcome you. I'm sure you enjoy our lunch. I'll give the floor back to Victor. Can you proceed, Victor?
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. Yeah, I think this time around we are going to play the next video. Then after that, we are going to introduce the form. Then I think we are going to have question and answers. That will be the end of our presentation. Thank you.
In traumatic for 7 years plus, I've been living in a traumatic situation.
Because if people understand the type of food, the kind of situation that we're putting people in the prison, then they'll understand the need of why we need to take action.
We have to have a system, with the policies, procedures that ensures we visit the prisons, because it is fundamental. The fact that we've sentenced them doesn't mean we've ended our duty towards them. We have to go back into those systems, assess how they're living, whether their cases need review or issues have changed, and also just basically ensure that the basic human rights are being upheld.
Within the first 2 weeks of his being convicted and he's going into prison, he was denied food because someone wanted to have sex with them.
I witnessed people dying on a queue in a prison cell.
But unfortunately, before the release order could be issued, the young man died. So that, I think, is one of the cases that has stayed with me for quite a while.
That the death penalty does not inhibit capital crimes. That is established with absolute clarity from every bit of empirical evidence over the last 100 years. The system of mass incarceration has only existed for about the last 200 years. Before that, there was never mass incarceration in Africa. Before that, people were expelled from the village or they were sent away. They were given community-based punishments. Sometimes the death penalty was used. But the two things that we know are, firstly, that the death penalty does not inhibit capital crimes. That is established with absolute clarity from every bit of empirical evidence over the last 100 years. So if there were evidence that the death penalty saved lives, I would have a different approach. I'd say it's a terrible thing. But, you know, let us consider that we know with absolute clarity based on empirical studies that the death penalty has no consequence.
Well, if you look at the judiciary, you look at it as a company. And as a company, its major profit is to see how many people have been convicted. And they are living up to that, because as I was checking the population in the prisons yesterday, it's actually at 15,000. So it's actually more than doubled. In terms of the overcrowding rates, yes, the average was about 260, but now we're going to about 270, 275, which is not helping matters.
I've had the opportunity to be part of the judiciary for the past 29 or so years. Started off as a magistrate, so went through all the ranks. There are some instances where from other areas there is incarceration for excessively long periods for people who have not yet been tried, who are on remand. And I thought probably sharing the best practice from the Zimbabwean side. We have an inspectorate team, a system in place for prison visits. Magistrates do it regularly. You can conduct an impromptu, unannounced visit, and you are free to check in every corner, every place to see, and also to interact with the inmates as regards their welfare and their well-being. Even the prison officers, you can talk to the inmates freely with them, giving their issues.
In 2006, I was arrested and taken into prison on charges of murder. And I stayed there for a period of 7 years and a half without trial.
So even for repeat offenders, yes, the law says that you should take them into prison. But they're repeating or they're reoffending for various other reasons, which I think we need to start interrogating at this point. Because someone repeatedly steals a bar of soap, or someone repeatedly steals a few cobs of maize because they're hungry. You call that person a repeat offender? So those are the questions I think we need to ask.
The second thing we know, this is more important even for us, is that long sentences do not deter crime. Now in South Africa, when the new democracy came in 1994, Parliament, the governing party, the new democratic elite wanted to be seen to be doing something. And what they did was to increase sentences, to make bail more difficult, to increase the jurisdiction of the lower courts, and radically to increase the number of offences for which the life sentences were possible. 1995, South Africa has 400 people serving sentences of life.
We had a decision in Malawi which was rendered by the Constitutional Court, and which found that the conditions in prisons in Malawi were inhumane, and that the living conditions were a violation of their rights. So following that, we started making efforts as an inspectorate to ensure that the rights of the prisoners are respected.
The conversation about prisoners' rights has been revolutionary, but we have omitted one aspect, and that is children in prisons. Now, these are often not talked about because children by law are not supposed to be in prison, but that doesn't mean in practice they are not there. So in many instances, you find that because in many of our countries, death registration is not compulsory, or it's not done. So when a child is picked up by the police, it's very difficult for them to prove how old they are. And normally police prosecutors don't want to go through the process of taking a child through a child trial, and so they'll ask the child to say they are over 18 with promises that if you say you're over 18, you'll be out in 20 minutes. But the next thing, the child finds themselves being sentenced as an adult and being sent to adult prisons.
Now, we as judges don't deal in the metaphysics of evil, we deal with the practicalities of evil. But there are some people who are so violent that they have to be locked up for the rest of their natural lives. That does occur, it's rare. Having said all of that, having said why I believe in imprisonment, I think that we in Southern Africa do it wrongly, we do it excessively, and we, as I say to South African audiences, we are so busy trying not to drown that we're not learning to swim. And we can learn to swim by reordering our criminal justice system. Why do we have prison inspectorates? We are morally responsible for the population of prisons, so we must know about it.
When we talk about prisoners' rights, we also need to understand the context in which our prisons are in respect to issues of congestion. When we look at the jurisprudence that has developed around the continent, where different jurisdictions, judges have talked about how our prisons are bad and congested. And in particular, I'll speak about Malawi, where we have a very progressive judgment where the court actually said that the conditions in the Malawi prisons amount to torture, cruel and inhuman treatment. And that judgment was a judgment of 2007. But now when you look back, you find that the prisons are as bad as when the court gave the judgment, and even worse than they were then. And the big question is, what are we doing to ensure that we decongest our prisons? If we understand prisons in the context that what happens in prison affects us all, because if we have congested prisons, we are creating a situation where various diseases, including TB, incubate in the prisons, and they are widespread in the prisons. And the people that are in the prisons, they eventually come out, they join us in the communities, and the diseases that they take in the prison, you find that they're also transmitting in our communities.
In life, I conclude to say prisons conditions, mainly in our country, is more or less to say the death trap. The death trap in what way? Life in prison is miserable. Due to congestion, life is not easy, and even the diet itself is not that nutritional enough that can keep the human being. The sanitary part of it also contributes early deaths in such a way that there is no environment which can accommodate somebody who is suffering chronically ill diseases.
There is also need to build more prisons to cater for people with their needs. We realize that those affected, for example, those with TB or contagious diseases, are housed in the same place with other inmates who are not suffering from the contagious diseases. There is need for facilities to be availed, rooms for proper isolation, and medical facilities to be provided. Efforts are being made, but more can be done to ensure that there is no violation of those inmates' rights.
And when I think about prisoner rights and how we as countries, especially in Southern Africa, are doing it, is the inability for us to work holistically. I think you cannot do prisoner rights without taking into consideration the amount of needs that they need because of the fact that they're incarcerated and they're not able to get to those things by themselves. And as such, although judiciaries are the ones who sentence them to those prisons, but the fact is states are the ones who are accountable and responsible for them whilst they're in those prisons. So the right to health, the right to education, the right to sanitary spaces, even the right to clothes, the right to food, are very fundamental for them. And in order for us to ensure that that is done, judiciaries themselves have to ensure that the laws and the standards and the policies are being implemented. We have to have a system, with the policies, procedures that ensures we visit the prisons, because it is fundamental. The fact that we've sentenced them doesn't mean we've ended our duty towards them. We have to go back into those systems, assess how they're living, whether their cases need review or issues have changed, and also just basically ensure that their basic human rights are being upheld.
I once found 3 boys in a prison in northern Malawi who had been there for over 9 months. These were students in Form 4, where they write their school leaving exams. They had missed their exams. They were in very congested and terrible conditions. And, you know, I had to constitute as a court right there and then to grant them bail and to order to give them unconditional release.
Sometimes you go into prison and you find undocumented prisoners who have overstayed there, and you're like, why are you here? Maybe on a homicide charge or on whatever charge, or they don't even know why they're in prison. And you check with the other agencies, they don't even have a file, they don't have anything. It's like this person was just dumped in prison. So in my time when I used to visit the prisons, I would release such prisoners. And sometimes we also had what we call camp courts, where I would go to prison and set up a court in prison. You'd have the state attorneys, you'd have the legal aid, you have the NGOs, several stakeholders will be there, and you deal with prisoner by prisoner, and then when, depending on what you find out from, you either release on bail or you discharge that prisoner. I mean, you have a prisoner who have stayed maybe over 5 years in prison, undocumented, and is appearing before you. Yes, the legal aid is saying we apply for bail, but in that case, to me, bail will not serve a purpose, because this person is undocumented. There's no case record. So I just discharge these persons and say, I've discharged this case. When the prosecution is ready, they can come back and prosecute this person.
I personally affected with the time when I was in prison, and I believe this will affect the entire of my life in such a way that for 7 years plus, I've been living in a traumatic situation. And this sometimes, even as I'm out today, comes into my mind. Because the time when I was in prison, a lot of things happened. As I've already alluded to, I witnessed people dying on a queue in a prison cell. I witnessed people dying in a queue as we were trying to fight for food. I witnessed a number of situations which always come into my mind and left me with trauma. And to the nation, the situation in prison is not that good for a human being. And it is to my pleasure to the lawmaker and to the judges, even the magistrates, to take into consideration when imposing sentences. Even the state itself, when arresting, they should make thorough investigations, not just taking somebody behind bars on mere speculations or assumptions.
We visited a prison in Lilongwe where we found this young man. This young man had stolen a cell phone and was sentenced to 3 years imprisonment. Within the first 2 weeks of his being convicted and he's going into prison, he was denied food because
I thank you very much. I know we had it's almost 20 minutes, so at least we have heard what direct from the ex-prisoner and also for the court users, more especially the judges who visit the prison. We prayed this because the chair was asking that can we see the conditions in the male prison? So I just wanted him to also appreciate the way the male prisoner sleep. And that's why I was saying that I think the prison where the female were, it was a hotel. Although I always say that I think the prisons in Malawi, they were not meant for female prisoners, but still more, at least you can see that they have space. But in male section, they sleep like this. So the whole night, it's not something that they're just demonstrating, but it happens. And some people, they die here. When someone dies at night, they just leave him there. Or sometimes they just throw him to the toilet until morning. So it's the way it happens. So we are in this situation. Thank you very much for this. I just wanted to, I know that you have in your folders, you can watch this video, but also there's a form which we developed that can assist if you are interested to visit the prisons. This is the form, Jenna, just to assess. If you remember in my video, I was asking, assessing the process of detention, so inspection, mothers with babies, water, nutrition, all those things are the things that you need to observe whenever you have an opportunity to go to prison. So basically, I don't want to introduce the whole form, but I think this is what is in your folders, in your portals. You can see them. You can just try to type, and then you go to the next page. Thank you very much. Let me now open for the questions. Thank you. The chair. Oh, you take it.
Thank you so much, Victor, for the video and everything that you've shared amongst us. It's really touching, really touching. I think we can take some questions if there are any questions, interventions. I will give the floor to you, members. Honorable member from the Republic of South Africa.
Thank you, Chair. Now, thank you very much. Let me welcome the reports from our Honorable Judge Ndaba and our mediator. I just want to check in particular with the judge. Yes, the model law is at this point more necessary than ever. However, there is two things that keep coming into mind, especially seeing the appalling condition of Malawi in particular. I don't know, I've seen also Zimbabwe. If we do get this model law, yes, it will then go through the process and all of that. I'm worried that the monitoring tool of SADC itself and its strength in terms of enforcing the model law is particularly weak. I've seen it with child marriage. You would agree with me, you are in that space as well. I've seen it with child marriages. Many countries ratified it, yet they didn't change the laws. I think there's about still 4 countries that have not, including South Africa. The Child Act has not been changed. Only now they are amending the Marriage Act. Only now there's a process of public hearings in the Marriage Act, yet the Children's Act is not. Now I'm looking at these appalling conditions and I'm thinking, we've got global treaties that we could, in the meantime, utilize as SADC. I think as SADC, we can't wait for the model law in this time. And I would like you to advise in that space that those appalling conditions are unacceptable. We can't see people sleeping on top of each other like that and then say we're waiting for a model law. Yes, that one is for us to awaken us and to give us guidance into what are the conditions that are prevailing at this point, which require us, or rather influence our minds into thinking out of the box of what are the minimum standards that we must put there. But there is a condition at this moment that we need to address. We are SADC. Otherwise, then that sentiment that says we're just a gentleman's club, we meet and talk and nothing happens. No, I don't think, Chair, going to the 57th plenary, we need to go with this and with no enforcing recommendation, a very resounding one on that. We've got global treaties, we've got human rights violations that are there. I'm trying to think of, we saw women, but we haven't seen women that are giving birth. That condition is not a condition for giving birth. There's many other things that we need to address at this point. Please assist us there. What could be the mechanism which we need to enforce? I'm even thinking there is one South African, Dr. Tlaleng Mofokeng, who's a rapporteur to the United States. She would go mad if she says that, because if you think of reproductive health care, it's zero there. There's just so many human violations, human rights violations, that condition is inhumane. And if we've got some more information in terms of other countries within SADC that also have similar situations, we could advance that to whatever platform. There's African Union, we've got CEDAW that are there for women, but then the total human rights treaties, there's too many of them. African Union has got, United States have got, there's so many. I need us to address that, Chair. That one, before we go to the model law, then we can deal with the model law and what are the minimum standards we will be suggesting. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, South Africa. I can see a hand from Angola. DRC is the DRC. You have the floor, honorable member, DRC.
Merci beaucoup, honorable président, pour la parole. D'entrée de jeu, je voulais remercier et féliciter les intervenants pour leur contribution à ces travaux, à ces débats. Alors, mon intervention, c'est en même temps des préoccupations et une réflexion à haute voix. Je crois que, comme on l'a dit, l'action, mais le point de départ, c'est que nous devons tout savoir, ce que l'on doit savoir, c'est que les prisonniers bénéficient de tous les droits, exception faite juste de la liberté. Donc, ils ont droit à tout, comme nous qui sommes dehors. Ce dont ils sont privés, c'est juste la liberté. Alors, ça, c'est un principe irréductible que le gouvernement ou les gouvernements devaient savoir, mettre ça en tête, et que les prisonniers tels qu'ils sont là, ce dont ils sont privés, c'est juste la liberté. Et que là où ils sont en prison, ils doivent bénéficier de tout le droit. Comme nous, nous sommes dehors, nous sommes en dehors de la prison. Alors, autre chose, je crois, c'est que le constat qui est fait dans la région de la SADC, le constat, il est le même dans tous les pays. On parle des surpeuplements, on parle de l'insécurité alimentaire. Et je crois que le problème, il est aussi transversal. Et tout part de la politique qui est mise en place au niveau national, de la politique publique sur les conditions carcérales de prisonniers. Et tout réside aussi sur la bonne gouvernance. Parce que tout à l'heure là, on a déploré le fait qu'on ne met pas suffisamment de moyens pour pouvoir améliorer les conditions de vie, les conditions carcérales des prisonniers. Je suis parfaitement d'accord avec vous. Mais je me dis, même si on mettait suffisamment de moyens, aussi longtemps qu'il n'y aura pas une bonne gouvernance dans la région ou dans un pays donné, ce sera compliqué. Je peux donner un exemple. Déjà, les crédits ou les budgets alloués aux prisons, les budgets là où ces crédits-là sont moindres, mais il y a un problème. Notre problème, à part l'affectation des crédits, tout ça, c'est l'utilisation. Peut-être les peu de moyens que l'on consacre pour améliorer les conditions des prisonniers, ces peu de moyens dans plusieurs pays sont détournés. Je ne pense pas que dans un pays où il y a vraiment une très bonne gouvernance, il puisse se poser ces problèmes-là d'utilisation d'utilisation des crédits alloués aux prisons. Donc, moi, je crois que dans l'exercice que nous sommes en train de faire, il faudrait qu'un accent particulier soit mis sur la bonne gouvernance. Parce que même si on a loué beaucoup de crédits, suffisamment de crédits dans ces secteurs-là, mais si la gouvernance, elle n'est pas bonne, ce sera compliqué. On sera toujours là en train de déplorer cette histoire-là. Alors, autre chose, un autre élément, je crois que c'est l'administration de la justice dans nos pays respectifs. N'oublions pas qu'un prisonnier, c'est quelqu'un, c'est un humain qui est passé par le voie judiciaire qui fait l'objet de condamnations. Mais la justice, déjà, nous savons que même la justice qui est appliquée, c'est une justice humaine qui n'est pas parfaite. Alors, si la justice elle-même aussi, elle est corrompue, là, ça devient encore compliqué. Il y a des exemples qui ont été donnés d'après lesquels on retrouve même des gens qui sont des innocents, qui ont été condamnés à tort. Donc, ces prisonniers-là qui ont été condamnés à tort, ils sont punis doublement. D'abord, ils sont innocents, et puis après, les conditions auxquelles ils sont livrés, ce sont des conditions inhumaines. Donc, on doit insister aussi, je me dis, sur la bonne administration de la justice, parce que tout part de là. Et la justice qui est appliquée, c'est une justice humaine avec, avec toutes ces suffisances, avec tous ces insuffisances. Je crois que dans un premier temps, c'est ce que j'avais à partager avec comme réflexion. Merci. Et peut-être un élément, si vous permettez, qui me vient à l'esprit. Alors, il y a aussi un détail important sur lequel nous n'avons pas beaucoup insisté. On va plus parler surpeuplement de l'insécurité alimentaire, de l'insécurité sanitaire. Peut-être que ce que je vais aborder tout à l'heure, ça ne relève pas de la compétence de notre commission, mais il y a aussi ce que moi j'ai décrit, aussi l'absence de formation des prisonniers des prisonniers, parce que comme dans notre pays, la prison, on dit, c'est un centre de rééducation et de resocialisation. Alors, si par exemple la prison, le prisonnier ne bénéficie pas de cet encadrement, de cette éducation, la civique, c'est compliqué. Parce que si met quelqu'un à prison, c'est pour lui apprendre aussi les savoir-vivre avec les autres. Une fois qu'il sera libéré, il sera resocialisé, donc on lui apprend à vivre en société. Mais si en prison, il ne bénéficie pas de cette éducation civique, s'il n'y a pas cet accompagnement-là, c'est un peu compliqué parce que vous n'aurez pas changé comment on l'appelle, les prisonniers ou ces citoyens-là qui a commis un forfait et sur la base duquel il a été condamné, mais vous le mettez en prison, oui, il va purger sa peine, mais ce n'est pas ça la finalité, c'est quoi? C'est qu'il puisse être réintégré dans la société. Donc pendant la prison, pendant le temps qu'il passe en prison, il doit être éduqué. On doit lui apprendre comment vivre dans la société. On doit lui apprendre à redevenir un bon citoyen. Merci.
Thank you, Honorable Member, for your submission. The floor is still open. Any intervention? Honorable Member, you have the floor. Or are you able to capture? Okay, thank you. Go. You have the floor.
Merci pour la parole. Tout d'abord, je remercie à tous qui ont été intervenus tout à l'heure. Merci pour vos interventions. Vraiment, nous sommes tous conscients que la vie en prison, c'est très misérable. Et nous avons cité tous les problèmes rencontrés dans les prisons. Ce sont des problèmes majeurs, que ce soit l'hygiène, que ce soit problème d'électricité et de l'eau, que ce soit le problème d'alimentation qui est encore très, très, très critique, l'infrastructure mauvaise, qui ne suit pas les normes, tout ça. Il y a aussi la violence physique et sexuelle qui a été aussi très mentionnée. Mais je voudrais porter à nous tous une suggestion que d'abord l'élaboration de loi type, c'est vraiment très importante, mais est-ce qu'on peut d'abord voir les détails ou déterminer les normes internationales référentielles avant d'élaborer cette loi type? Merci.
Thank you, Honorable Member, for that submission. I have Lesotho, the Kingdom of Lesotho.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I would also like to appreciate the presentation made by our previous speakers. It has been so enlightening as I sat here listening, I said to myself, we as MPs, we are equally liable for most of the things that are happening. We have neglected these people, maybe through ignorance or not aware of what is taking place at the prison premises. We have allocated budgets. We talk about gender responsive budgeting and inclusive budgeting. We concentrate more on education, SRH issues. We forget that there are women in prison who need also to be taken care of through the budget. These women, some of them go there pregnant, and when they give birth, sometimes I believe they grow through horrific things medically, or they don't even get proper medical attention. Their kids grow up in that situation. And I think this is a awakening call to us all. Unfortunately, we have focused so much on our poverty and forgot that we are still human beings. Like we are just told this morning that the issue of imprisonment should also go with human dignity. We we are told, or we grew up believing that when somebody is in prison or imprisoned for any crime committed, he deserves or she deserves any kind of treatment in prison, not realizing that that person should be treated like a human being. And we should appreciate the lessons we get today. I have to go to our judge. I have a question for her about one presenter who said long sentences does not deter crime. Hanging is not a solution. In my country, Lesotho, there's an outcry from the public. The public is saying our bails are very low. When somebody has committed a crime, you can easily afford to pay 300 rands and to get out easily. These are old laws, and the public has been crying, and there's been or public outreach to get the public to make their submissions, yes, on how they would like to see the bail regulations, or so that the parliament could work on that. And they also say there should be a law for, hanging criminals. In fact, it is still there, but I don't know why it's not in place. Possibly no one wants to be the one who's executing that law, possibly. But now, listen to this presentation today, which tells us that long sentences does not deter crime, because we are saying the judges give light sentences. If you have killed a person, we expect at least that person to get more years in prison, not light sentence, so that at least we feel that the family has the time to heal and to, recover mentally, not seeing that perpetrator going around passing and, looking at him like that and knowing that this person has killed my son or my child. So I just want to know from the judge, what exactly should the community expect from these judgments, or how best can we as the public who has been offended feel that justice has been served? Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. Seems that this topic is so interesting. Everybody wants to engage. I mean, seeing Botswana, you have the floor, honorable member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And once again, good afternoon. And perhaps in the same line, appreciate the presenters and the presentations. But I must say, what you've seen in the videos is not necessarily peculiar to Malawi. It's a situation, almost, of course, not 100% the same, but that's what we see in our countries. We face the same challenges. But I want to address the points raised by my colleague here. The issue of drafting laws is a different thing altogether. The issue of implementing is something else. And as countries, we are very quick to ratify, we tick boxes. We just want to tick boxes. But issues of implementation and enforcement is what we need to look at as a SADC. I also think, whatever interventions we want to come up with, we need to look at issues, the root cause of the problem. What causes people to land in prison? What causes people to break the laws? We must accept the issues of unemployment and so forth. Leads to that. I think as countries and as we populate our budgets, these are some of the things that we really need to look into and see how we can reduce them, and with the hope that it will, the numbers of people in going into prisons or ending up breaking the laws reduces. But I must say, in Botswana, I want to give this example because I've realized it's synonymous amongst the SADC countries. The Malabo Declaration, which requires or expects us to set aside 10% of the budget. I don't know how many it has been since we signed to that, but it's never happened. It has never happened, and I want to believe, having seen what we would have seen in the videos and all understanding that is common in our countries, we will do something to ensure that when we meet again or when we review, we don't see the same scenarios. I can only pray for that. I think the rest of the issues have been shared by my colleagues, so I will just be repetitive. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Botswana. I also got Tanzania. Okay, you have the floor, honorable member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. In our country, the needs of prisons to mitigate the effects of climate change in prisons. Our government is working to create a better environment for our prisons to protect the rights of prisoners. The imprisonment in Tanzania gets basic rights while in prison, including rights to study and learn, yes, and rights to vote in election, yes. and rights to appeal, and as a member of parliament, I have been making visits to my country's prisons to see the realities of the environment and the food they receive, because we want to see if the food security from the storage and cooking is satisfactory for human consumption. Yes, and the condition of food in Tanzanian prison is not bad. Because in our country, there are prisons that have set aside for other prisons. For example, where the region of Morogoro, Njombe, and Iringa. And this is due to these regions having good climates that allow agriculture at all times. And my colleague is already finished. Thank you so much. Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Member from Tanzania. I will also, yes, have my submission as a chair. I must first appreciate all the presenters. Thank you so very much. That was quite enlightening, eye-opening, though very, very touchy. I will declare, I also serve as a portfolio member of the Justice Ministry in my country. I happened to be very much fortunate. We had paid a visit in one of the facilities in my country, Swaziland. Honestly speaking, what I'm seeing here is totally different from what I witnessed in Swaziland. I won't be too sure because there are a number of these facilities. I won't be too sure, but the one we visited, it was quite clean for human usage. It was quite clean, and you could see even the people in the prison. You know, when we engage them, talk to them, they would attest that, well, we have shortfalls here and there, but the conditions much more better. Yes, they do have challenges. They have the access to education, the Bill of Rights, a number of things there. Basically, they have improved. Our country, I must say, I must comment on my country. They even changed the name from being prison into a correctional services. So that's on its own. I think it is helping a lot. Also, they engage in vocational education. Like they promote the farming, they promote that they should grow their own. Although there are those gaps in terms of resources, you know, when there are those shortfalls, they can't do it quite efficient. Otherwise, I am quite impressed. Honorable member from South Africa, she touched upon the most critical area that as members of parliament, we should act now. We should act. This is not acceptable. You know, if you look the conditions, these people are being treated inhuman. They are not treated like human beings. So it's so, as SADC member of parliament, we should act now. She touched on the global treaties. Before the plenary, I think we must come with a strong resolution. We cannot wait for the model law to be passed or to be implemented. I think we should act now. Thank you so very much. I think now I can give to
our judge to respond to some of the questions. Also, Dr. Vita. Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I quite agree that developing the model law would take time. And as a SADC Parliamentary Forum, you have a huge opportunity with the recommendations you make and the fact that you also sit on a number of our in-country parliaments to actually raise these issues. Yes, there has to be resolutions and recommendations that can come from here. And some of those recommendations, yes, will have to do with international obligations that we currently have. One of the things that I've noticed, and I say this from my experience as working in the Ministry of Justice, is that when it comes to human rights reporting and human rights obligations, we, as countries, we like to sugarcoat our problem. And I say that with the utmost respect for everybody who works within the system, because I worked in the system. It takes a lot for us to agree, and especially when you're on the executive arm of a government, to actually say these are the shortfalls. And the shortfalls are not, and that's, I think for us, we have this ideology that it's only the executive that is failing in those obligations. But it is everyone within the governance sphere, that is the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary. In totality, we are one governance institution. So failures across that governance spectrum are attributable to all of us. And by having those failures or those shortfalls, by us acknowledging them, it allows us to take steps to actually rectify. And that was one of the reasons when we were doing state party reporting, I appreciated working with all sorts of stakeholders, civil society, academia, the media, you know, the legislature, the executive, and the judiciary in the state party reporting to actually highlight these problems, because these problems are ours. Even though we go on to the international sphere, but we go there because we want to have perspectives, we want to also have technical assistance for areas where we know we might need that. But when we come back home, those reports galvanize us as institutions, now locally, to now say, what do we need to do? How best do we now resource this sector of society, this sector of society? So yes, recommendations on human rights reporting and how we can use both the international, the regional, as well as the local, because you have South Africa Human Rights Commission. We have Malawi Human Rights Commission, which every year they do reports on prisons. Every year, all our human rights commissions do reports on prisons, but we hardly ever take those reports and move forward with them. And so it is fundamental that we move forward with those reports, because they serve as a reminder that there's somewhere we're not doing well. And if we're not doing well, where is it? Resources? Is it legislation? Is it policies? What is it do we need to change? So I would definitely recommend that some of the recommendations you may go towards how best to use those human rights reports on prison conditions, because it is the prison conditions that are worrying us as institutions, as countries, because our prisoners do not get the same rights, which they have and have not lost by being in prison. So that's the first one. The second one is you have a major lobbying, advocacy and lobbying opportunity, which I believe could be used as well, because pre the SADC model law, you can develop an advocacy and a lobbying paper, or whichever it is, that's going towards our parliament to say, look, we've been talking about prisons and all this time, but look at have any of us really looked at our prison situation? I understand the South African Parliament is now visiting your correctional services and finding these things that we're talking about, and they're being shocked by it. It's because we hardly ever visit, because we're so used to others doing it, but we forget it's also our duty. So it is implored upon us to advocate that parliaments across the SADC need to take this responsibility, whether it's the Women's Caucus, because there are women in prison, women and children in prison, whether it's the legal one, there are issues, whether it's the food and agriculture, you've seen what we've talked about in terms of food and climate change in terms and agriculture in terms of prison. So it is fundamental that these institutions and committees, even in our local parliament, are doing the work that they need to do. So that advocacy and lobbying issue is something that you can do immediately for pre the SADC model law. I wanted to also highlight a fundamental one that I always used to argue about this because I used to work, as I said, I used to work for the executive, so they used to work for the Ministry of Justice. And so what I would always argue is how Parliament doesn't scrutinize the budgets across the justice sector. They would give one institution and forget to give the same mirrored funding to the other institution. So for instance, you would give funding for legal aid to do some work, but would not give the prosecutor, would not give prisons to actually do that particular work. So for instance, if it's people having to do a remand exercise where you go to camp courts, but if you only give camp court money to legal aid, not give it to the judiciary, don't give it to prisons, how does the prisoner move? Or how does the judiciary move to those camp courts? So those parameters, those are the issues that I believe parliaments also need to look at. How do they scrutinize justice budgets to actually ensure that we reduce overcrowding, that we ensure that justice is speeded up? Because if justice tells you, legal aid tells you we need 20 centers, trust you me, prosecution will need 20 as well. The judiciary will need a counter, prisons will need counter. So those parameters are things that you can develop as part of your advocacy and lobbying to say, look, the justice funding has to be mirrored to ensure that we avoid these particular parameters. And not only that, we as countries, I know right now we've lost the USAID, a lot of people have lost USAID funding, but there's still a lot of funding within the sectors that is there. The only issue that you find problematic is the sustainability of it. When our development partners leave, all the work that we do goes with them. So for instance, if you have work that's going right now, you know, DC, I can't remember which other, I think Penal Reform International do a lot of work within prison across Africa. But that money is not mirrored in our national budget for sustainability. And it needs to be. So for instance, if Parliament is passing a budget, the issue is to ask, what part of our budget is not here because the development partner is doing? If it's not doing it, what if this funding stops? We've seen it. This is our reality check. We've just seen all the budgetary money that we had in health that we were all relying on is now gone. There's a major deficit. And it's because we were not even mirroring or at least even putting a fraction of that counted funds through our budget line. So it's the same thing with the prisons. I'll give you an example. One of our fundamental factors when we used to do budgeting for the justice sector when I was at the Ministry of Justice was we would fund homicides, which is a bigger number of people that stay without having to go to court. I would fund what we called deaths in prisons. So there were two fundamental parameters that we were all having indicators and monies on. And so every time we budget together as a justice sector. But for us to start budgeting as a justice sector and for government to start budgeting for us, is development partners decided to remove their money until government had put their resources in that area. So the minute, you know what had happened? The minute development partners had taken out their money, our homicide rates prosecution rates went up. We had too many people on remand. We had too many deaths in prisons because development partner funds were used for health, were used for food. So when they took it out and government not putting it, the numbers went up. And what happened when we went to the UN? It became an issue that every year we had to report on. So eventually we had to go back to government and say, this is what we were saying. If we're going to budget if development partners have budgeting for this and giving us money for this, you must put the counter funds so that if they go, it's easy for us to say, you already fund this particular aspect, continue with it. As opposed to saying, let's starting a new funding struggle about it. So that for me is the fundamental issues that the realities of the justice sector funding. It is problematic because when you remove it, the measures are drastic. You get the overcrowding, you get the deaths in prisons, and the deaths in prisons are more difficult to justify because most of them are preventable, which are very different from other deaths. Most of them are preventable because they have to do with nutrition, they have to do with congestion, they have to do with spacing, all those parameters. So if we could get Study Parliamentary Forum to work on the advocacy and the lobbying issues of that kind of funding, it would help us because it will influence the things that happen across the parliaments within the SADC region. So those mechanisms will definitely work for us. For the others, I agree. Corruption is a major issue, and corruption does find itself in our spaces. And so even whatever recommendations I made, even in the prison oversight, there has to be aspects of corruption. How do we, because there will be recommendations that you would be making that these people should be released. So corruption has to be a principle in the Study Parliamentary Forum law as well. Apart from the work that we're doing in corruption in the justice space in totality. On the long sentences that do not deter, there is, yes, long sentences, I guess I would say it's true and not true depending on the issue, depending on the crime. For other crimes where you know for a fact there were crimes of need versus crimes of want, the long sentences do not deter because that need will always be there. And I go back to the concept of poverty. So if a person is going to be poor and continues to be poor even after they leave prison, they will come back to the system because their need is not met, which is very different from a crime of want, which is the corruption issues, the abuse of office issues. Those ones, the long sentence would deter because they are not benefiting from their crime by being in prison. They're not eating their money, they're not. So as you see, it's a very different ideology of correction. So from a criminal perspective, that's how we look at sentencing. What does it do for the person? So if it's a need versus a want, that is things that you must remember when you're even looking at policies, looking at legislation. How you're sentencing depends on the crimes, depends on why it was committed and how it was committed and who committed it to see what the sentencing will achieve at the end of the day. On the death penalty, as I said, it is not something I want to go into, but this is the issue. The reality of our systems is that the right to life is protected. And it's protected across the board, whether you're an offender or not an offender. So yes, we might have death penalty, and that's why most of our death penalties in a lot of our states, it's either commuted to life or a person just sits with that death penalty on the head without any commutation. But the issue is, every crime is sentenced based on its principles. And this is the thing. Sometimes you will find that a person committed a crime because of omission that was not necessarily, they did not intend to do it. The manslaughter ones, the murder that were murder because you have a mental health issue. So all those parameters, the concept of death penalty would not come through. And that's one of the reasons why death penalty is usually not considered or is the last resort. But even then, when you look at the concept of even in African justice systems, in our own traditional system, even when people had killed another person, there was more reconciliation considered first before anything else. And it was meant for healing. So the thing about murder in any form, femicide, I don't know that. I think the issue of correction has to be holistic. We want an eye for an eye, but if you're Christian, the eye for an eye does not work because it says you should forgive. This actually says give your other eye, yeah, your other cheek. But even in the African concept, the concept of if a person killed another person, there was more reconciliation so that the blood within that community was cleansed to the extent that we didn't live with that blood, that badness. So when I look at correctional issues, death penalty issues, I look at the point of view that we are human rights based because as countries, we agreed that we're going to be human rights based. So as such, death penalty most times is taken off the table because of that. Secondly, we also look at the fact that we also need to treat the offender, but also ensure we get justice for the victim. And so sometimes justice for the victim requires that they be given the space during sentencing to say exactly as you're saying, I wanted you dead. I want you dead as well. But it's not necessarily that they want them dead, but they want the right to vent out, which is something we usually don't do in our criminal justice system, although the law allows it to do so. Victim impact assessments in most of our jurisdictions are there, where a person can say, I feel that you killed my sister, you should be in prison for life. Or I want you dead as well, but it's a venting. It's a in the health say they say you're letting out your anger and all those things. So it's necessary that the criminal justice Malawi, it was a rape case where children had been sexually assaulted by one person, about I think 6 or so children. And the judge asked the children as to what they expected as sentence. So they each said, I want him to go forever. But the judge gave 21 years. I think it was 21 years in total. So there were about 6. And so when they were asked later, they said, we wanted, if the judge was going to give 21, we wanted 21 for each of us. So the kids also had their own level of justice. Yeah, so, but the fact that they were given the opportunity to say it was something that it was healing for them even later on. They said, even though we didn't get it, but the fact that the judge listened to us, we were happy to have gotten that particular aspect. And it was just not writing the victim impact report, but it was actually airing it out in court for them. So I think sometimes it's that the need for the justice system to understand the principle of healing, which is very African and not necessarily within the formal legal space. But even within the formal legal space, the victim impact reports were allowed so that they can be expanded to actually get these things across. On the final one, where the name change to correctional services, I think it does, terminology matter. So prisons are exactly that. Prisons in their connotation are bad spaces. And that's why we feel, prisoners feel like they're neglected, they are set aside, they're forgotten, a forgotten part of population. So yes, correctional services make sense. Maybe it is a terminology that the SADC Parliamentary Forum should be also saying that apart from the model law on oversight, maybe consider the changing the terminology of prisons to reflect what we actually want to be achieved in terms of the justice. That a person comes out of this system rehabilitated, no longer a criminal, no longer an offender, but a person who is able, we call them productive persons in society. So they definitely, I do agree that the name change is absolutely and positively important. So, and it does affect the kind of system you have here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do you have anything to add, Dr. Victor?
Yeah, I think just to emphasize that it's time now for SADC countries to reflect on the name of the prison. It's unfortunate that in our country we have just passed the new prison bill, the Prison Act we have been using was enacted in 1956. And we changed our constitution in 1994. So when you look at the Prison Act and the constitution, they were not speaking at each other. But we are happy that after all these years, we will have a new Prison Act. But I think there was also a debate. They wanted to change it to a correction service, as other countries are doing. It was a missed opportunity, but they promised us that they're going to change very soon, because it meant changing the constitution. So to them, it was a big task of changing constitution. So they said that I think at the moment, let's just proceed with the naming, and the next time we can change the constitution. But I think we are going towards that. And then I just want to touch a little bit on the death sentence. We have death sentence in Malawi, and the last time that the government sent people to gallows was in 1992. So in other ways, we have the law, but we don't implement the law. That's why there's a need to change it. Is it 2022, the president committed they were about 34 to life imprisonment, which meant that I think we are a state going towards the abolishment of the death penalty. Again, I think we have seen countries like Zambia and Zimbabwe doing it recently. So I think this is also another issue that SADC you can take forward when you are coming up with resolutions, maybe to push our government that I think they should consider changing, abolishing the death penalty, because it's not serving the purpose. Judge Z has talked a lot, so I don't want to talk beyond her, because I know she's got a record of she can talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Victor. Maybe before we conclude, may I pose one question to our judge? I think it's left out of my mind. Within the developed countries, like the European countries, as Africa, have you ever benchmarked the issue of nutrition? We could see from the video that us as Africans, we are suffering from malnutrition. So maybe from that angle, have you ever benchmarked? Thank you.
I think the prison systems have never benchmarked on nutrition, but we do realize that as Africans, generally, there have been studies across Africa, especially sub-Saharan Africa, that a lot of us suffer from malnutrition from birth all the way. And so for a fact, if we're suffering from malnutrition in homes that eat 3 meals a day, you know for a fact that anecdotally, prisons will have the highest level of malnutrition as well as ill nutrition because of the very nature that it is in incarceration. But I'm hoping that the study by the AU could get some of those issues in, because they're doing an Africa-wide study on conditions in prisons, on issues that are affecting prisons. So nutrition is right at the top of that in that study. So it is my hope that that study, once out, will definitely have some level of benchmark, and it will benchmark a couple of things as well. The issues about climate change, it will benchmark on the issues of women in prison, young children and young people in prisons. So it is the hope that that study, the question now is to ask, where are we with it? And that can be asked through you as representatives, because you also sit within the AU space. So the question is to ask, where are we with it? Because that was 2023, that resolution was passed by the AU. And this is 2025, 2 years down the line. And our situations in prisons keep worsening. So the question to ask is, where are we with that particular study? And so maybe that's something I can leave to the committee to follow up with, because you have powers to ask the AU level issues on that. Yeah, yeah.
You have some follow-up? Have the floor.
Thank you very much, Judge. No, on that note of benchmarking also, because there were aspects of certain standards that we must do away with. And in setting a minimum standard, we should also take into consideration what the chair is speaking about, that issues of poverty and issues of the well-being and the livelihood of Africans. Let me make an example. When you were saying we need to remove I think maize and then peas. Yes, I was but then no, that could be wrong, because I was raised with maize, I was raised with beans, I was raised with peas, I was raised with cabbage, all those starches. I was the thinnest, the strongest, the bravest at the time. And now that I have access to all the junk, I'm useless. So there are things that in setting a minimum standard, there's nothing wrong with those category of food. It's just the space or hygiene, if we may put it that way. It's just the space within which it's prepared. Like also another thing that was mentioned was that wood to electricity, but the price of electricity is skyrocketing everywhere due to fossil fuels becoming scarce and all of those things. And the issue of green energy is also very expensive. But wood is at our disposal. There's nothing wrong with cooking with wood. There's absolutely nothing wrong. We must just, then a minimum standard would be, let's create proper stoves. I think when I was growing up, there was a stove that was called Welcome to. Let's just have a minimum standard that says the fire must just not be open. The fire, they must cook in a certain stove, which then will also address the reason why, like my colleague was saying, the reason why there's so many people in prison is unemployment. So if we then juxtapose the needs in prison with what the communities could be busy with, that textile to make prison clothes, the crop farming, legumes, livestock farming to feed the prisons, it will then correct everything. So I think when we're setting a minimum standard, we really need to live outside the box, because we may be looking at dietary requirements and then start to do away with things that they are available, but there must just be a certain way of preparing them. Thank you.
I would say that the reason why the court said that we should not just, it's because it's every day and it also has its own health implications. So what they meant was the daily maize and peas meal, because they noticed that once you have, the thing about maize daily and peas daily, it has an implication. If you want nsima for people with diabetes to create problems, people with hypertension, actually, maize is actually, nsima is one of our contributing factors of that what we need to reduce. So I think what the court was saying, that if we're going to set a minimum, the minimum in the law was not maize only. It was a balanced diet. So what they were reminding them was the balanced diet cannot stop, because that is the minimum you set. The maize and peas daily is not your minimum. That's what you've resorted to. But your minimum diet is what should be adhered to. I think that's where they were going with that. And that's what they said even before that. So yes, maize and peas will always be it's our staple. It's our staple. Beans is our staple. Vegetables is our staple. The question is the frequency you have it as well as you're saying, how prepared is this? What quality is it? So those are the parameters. I agree that we cannot go away from maize and peas. We can never. I love maize, I love peas. Although I need to eat it in I now need to eat it in moderation. On the fire, the electricity and firewood, I think the issue was there has to be a combination, and that it also has to be environmentally friendly, but also healthy for them. Because if you know, with smoke every day, also you're inhaling it. So the issue for the cooks, who are usually one set of inmates, it's also problematic. They also develop their own health risks. So what the court was saying, and that was, you must have a balanced way of cooking. You can't just you have stoves that are electric, which have not been fixed for years. You must fix them. They must be working as well. When there's no electricity, you go back to your alternative, which is the firewood. So the issue is to have both, so that you're able to also have a health balance and also be environmentally friendly. Because now what is happening is also we're taking all our forest is gone because we use firewood. And so it's such, and then we run the risk of now the second aspect of this discussion we're having, which was climate change. I think for us, and this is what I would say in conclusion, I think the biggest issues when you're looking at this whole concept of oversight and all that is the balancing act. Because there has to be a balance between what is available, what we can manage, versus our realities as Africans. Because as Africans, as we're saying, we're working with a very limited budget, but that limited budget, if we reduce corruption, if we plan accordingly, if we resource accordingly, because the issue is if you resource the prisons with enough inputs to actually farm, mechanize them to farm, because we have all these arable lands that belong to prisons that were farms that are not farming right now because they don't get the inputs. The labor force, they'll tell you they have, but the labor force can't just, it has to be compensated because hard labor was removed. So if you're going to use the work, if you're going to use the prisoners, what does it take away from their prison term? Does it reduce their prison term? Do they get compensated for it? All those parameters need to be, because as you remember, the only thing that we took away from them is the liberty. Every other right, they still own. So for me, that would be your biggest hassle as when developing the SADC model law. It's the balancing aspect, especially realizing our realities as Africans. The second one would be the cross-cutting issues that deal with the concept of prisons, whether you look at health, education. Somebody here talked about the right to vote. All those parameters, those are all issues that must go into oversight. Are these rights being implemented in the space that these people are in, the prisons that are in? So that those cross-cutting issues, which cannot be left out, but they fundamentally are needed as human rights as well as personal freedoms. And the final one, how do we do with our resources? What is it that needs to go into in terms of the model law itself and how the resourcing in terms of, because whatever oversight issues come through, they have a correlating aspect of it, which is resources. And that is a major issue. Apart from all the fundamental issues that you have to do, the advocacy and lobbying you have as a SADC parliamentary forum, as well as the recommendations, the strong recommendations you can make the various countries within SADC. But those are the things that I think rest on your shoulders and on your able shoulders. That's what I would say, on your able shoulders. I thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable. May I take this opportunity to thank you, honorable members, for your contributions. You really applied yourself. We really appreciate. May I now invite Justice Gaba to deliver some concluding remarks.
Those are the concluding
Those-
remarks. Yes.
Were you not responding? Oh, and
I meant I
oh,
was.
okay. All right, all right. Okay, means our meeting stands at here. It's not closing. Oh, huh? I have my closing remarks. My apologies, my God, but I'm getting there. Yeah. Okay. Share with me. Honorable members, distinguished colleagues, guests, as we conclude today deliberation, allow me to express my sincere appreciation for the insightful contribution, thoughtful reflections, and shared commitment that have marked this session of our standing committee. Our discussions have affirmed the critical interactions between prison oversight and the thematic areas of our committee, from food insecurity to climate vulnerability, from resource management to rehabilitation through agriculture. It is clear that our mandate is not only relevant, but vital to the transformation of correctional system across the SADC region. We have emphasized that prison must not remain on the margins of our climate and development agendas. Rather, they must become spaces where human dignity, sustainable practices, and rehabilitation are actively promoted. A future-oriented prison system is one that is climate resilient, food secured, and grounded in the principle of restorative justice. We have continued advocating for prison agriculture as a tool for both food sovereignty and skill development, for environmentally sustainable infrastructure that reduces operational costs and ecological footprints, and for policies that ensure the human treatment of all individuals, regardless of their status. The SADC model law on prison oversight will serve as a key rational instrument to support these goals. Our role as parliamentarians is to ensure that its provisions are informed by the live realities of the countries and aligned with the regional priorities on climate justice, food systems, and inclusive governance. I encourage each of us to take today's insight back to our national parliament, to continue the conversation, and to ensure that the principles we discuss find concrete expression in our oversight legislation and budgetary actions. Let me end by thanking the SADC PF Secretariat and our eminent resource person who will support the drafting of the model law, for creating space for this collaborative exchange. Our work is far from over, but together we are laying the groundwork, the groundwork for more resilient, just and accountable institution across the SADC region. I thank you all for your engagement, and I look forward to our continued collaboration. I now declare this session of the committee officially closed. I thank you. Iyabonga kakhulu. Thank you so very much.